Chapter 717. Yi, what are you doing in there? Li Tian was furious. He opened the lid of the goddess cauldron and wanted to pour out everything inside. He's been taken into the moon tower, unless you release the tower as well, Xianxia said. Yi Fan, have some self-control. If you dare to compete with me for the number 1 beauty cauldron, don't even think about coming out. Li Tian threatened. Xianxia said, his life will most likely be in danger. Once he enters the moon tower, he must use the goddess cauldron to suppress it. Otherwise, something bad will happen. The golden-winged golden centipede flew over and drew out an eternal light. The weapon of the great sage of the golden crow race was very terrifying. Clank! Li Tian hurriedly sealed the lid and activated the goddess cauldron to resist. Lu Ya, I have no enmity with you, why are you going against me? Cut the crap. Lu Ya's body was overflowing with a murderous aura. Your golden crow race's princess is on good terms with my senior brother. Don't blame it on me. Li Tian smiled evilly. Lu Ya's expression became even colder. The weapon of the great sage of the golden crow race came to life and came crashing down. Xianxia's expression changed. He grabbed the goddess cauldron to fight against the golden-winged golden centipede. Dazzling sparks were drawn in the sky. This was a terrifying confrontation between sacred weapons. The extreme yin qi surged and a black mist came down. It was bone-chilling, lowering the temperature of the Tang Valley. The divine son of Tai Yin also made his move. At the same time, Daoist Sankei also came to help Lu Ya. With the help of the 2 old Daoists, he descended with a sacred weapon. The longevity halberd struck the goddess cauldron, creating a glaring haze that shook the Tang Valley. Go, retreat! Xianxia shouted. Although the others had rushed to the ancient Sun Emperor's palace, the 3 sacred weapons in front of them were enough to make them suffer. Why are you attacking us instead of looking for the divine item in the ancient emperor's resting place? Li Tian was annoyed. Let Lady Qingwu out. Taiyin Divine Prince shouted in the mist. He was like a fiend god walking in the darkness, surrounded by the Taiyin dark clouds. Quickly open the goddess furnace and invite Fairy Yi out. Daoist Sankei was otherworldly. His 8-trigram Daoist robe made him look otherworldly. It had to be said that Yi Qingwu's bearing was peerless and her charm was boundless. There were even a few sect master-level figures shouting from afar, telling them to let her go. The goddess cauldron was so clear that it was almost transparent. It knocked away the black-winged flowing gold centipede and tore open the void. It withstood the attacks from the divine weapons of the Taiyin Divine Prince and Daoist Sankei respectively and shot up into the sky. Buzz. Suddenly, another saint artifact appeared in the Tang Valley. An icy palace descended from the sky, covering the goddess furnace and Xianxia's group. Clang. This was extremely sudden. The ice-cold palace was majestic and grand, releasing a majestic aura. It smashed into the goddess furnace, making the 2 senior brothers who hadn't recovered from the attack cough out large mouthfuls of blood. It is indeed as the legends say. You guys still have a saint artifact. This is the real Moon Palace. Li Tian shouted. Let Qingwu out. A middle-aged beauty flew over. She was still charming, but her expression wasn't very good. The goddess furnace was notorious. Once one was sucked in, the consequences would be unimaginable if they couldn't be rescued. The number 1 beauty in the world has entered the goddess furnace and you still want to leave? Don't even think about it. There will be a good story in the future. Li Tian's evil aura was cold. Inside the furnace, there was a vast space filled with dense multicolored light. At this moment, a palace floated up and down. It was the Moon Palace. Yi Qingwu entered the saint artifact. She didn't dare to stay inside the goddess furnace's space because it was a space full of threats to fairies and saintesses. Inside the Moon Palace, the clouds and mist were faintly discernible. Palaces and pavilions stood in great numbers, white and flawless. Yi Fan wanted to break out of this place, but it was very difficult. It's useless. It is impossible for you to leave after entering the saint artifact. Yi Qingwu appeared. She stood on the clouds, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Her slender figure was moving and her oval face was even more lustrous than jade. Beneath her long eyelashes, her large eyes were deep and filled with spiritual light. Even though I can't leave, you are in trouble too. As a girl, you should pray for your own luck after entering the goddess furnace. Yifan said, Submit to me and I will spare your life. Yi Qingwu revealed a faint smile. She was stunning in this world and her appearance was unparalleled. Her voice was magnetic and incomparably pleasant to listen to. When she said such words, it made people feel that it was a bit sudden. It shouldn't have come from the number one beauty under the heavens. After entering the goddess furnace, your only way out is to submit to me. Only then will you be able to leave alive. Yifan said, Right now, we are in the Moon Cold Tower. This is a sacred weapon passed down through generations and your fate is in my hands. If you don't submit, I can only let you rest in peace. Yi Qingwu's black hair fluttered in the wind as her body shimmered with resplendent colors. Her beauty was so beautiful that it would cause people to be dazed. Number one beauty under the heavens, why do you like to make others submit? Do you like being a queen? Yifan teased. In this goddess furnace, I am in control of everything. Only when your primordial spirit is in my hands will I be able to negotiate with those outside. Yi Qingwu smiled, yet her killing intent also gushed forth. I feel that you and I can sit down and have a good talk. Yifan seriously spoke. There's no need to drag things out. I won't give you a chance. Even if you have a saint physique, in this weapon of the ancient sages, your life and death will be in my hands. Yi Qingwu was incomparably ethereal. Her steps were graceful as she spoke. Offer up your primordial spirit and I will spare your life. In the future, you can serve me as your master. A full-powered strike from a sacred weapon was something even third-level Immortal Foundation kings would die from. No matter how strong Yifan's flesh shell was, it was still far from reaching grand completion. It was impossible for him to withstand it. What's our relationship? Do I have to serve you day and night? Yifan asked. I've already given you a chance. Since you don't want to make a choice, don't blame me for acting. Yi Qingwu ran her fingers through her hair as she calmly spoke. Suddenly, Yifan took the initiative to attack. His row-word art was unparalleled under the heavens. He transformed into a shadow and shot over, aiming for Yi Qingwu, wanting to destroy a flower. It's useless. In the Moon Cold Tower personally created by the ancient sages, even a king physique at grand completion would find it hard to escape. Yi Qingwu's magnetic voice was very alluring, but her actions were completely different. She showed no mercy at all. An intense tremor rang out as the entire Moon Cold Tower trembled violently. Countless beams of immortal light cascaded down towards Yifan. Each beam was sufficient to slay a supreme expert. This was a sure kill. A peerless beauty, graceful, but the moment she acted, she was like a goddess of war, extremely terrifying. Dang! An intense tremor rang out as the immortal light rained down. Yifan flew backwards, the myriad chi cauldron above his head almost separated from him. The scroll he obtained from the nest of 10,000 dragons was also fluttering in the wind. Other than that, he held a golden scepter in his hand that was also emitting colorful light. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth as he resisted the might of the sacred weapon and escaped this death calamity. A sealed sacred weapon. Yi Qingwu's expression changed as she stared at the golden scepter that was emitting boundless killing intent. Her heart was not calm at all. The Moon Cold Tower could only unleash 10% of its divine might in the goddess furnace and was greatly suppressed. This was clearly the doing of Li Tian and Yanixi. Yi Qingwu frowned. Using 10% of the sacred weapon's divine might to kill Yifan was a little troublesome. Although the scepter in his hand was sealed, it could still block a portion of the attack. I can't give you any more time. Her expression turned cold. Yi Qingwu's entire body shot out precious light and her divine clothes were flowing with colorful lights. She looked valiant and formidable like a goddess. Her slender body moved and she struck out a divine moon that pressed towards Yifan. This was the condensation of the sacred weapon's celestial light. It flew out with the help of her hand to attack the enemy. The power of a saint was vast and mighty. Although the ancient scepter of the celestial court was a sacred weapon, It was sealed and could not release any divine might. Yi Fan could not attack with it in his hand. What is a sacred weapon? It is an alternative continuation of the ancient saint's life after his death. Do you think you can fight against a saint? Your weapon is dead. It's time to end this. Let me send you to rest in peace, Yi Qingwu said. What she said was not false. Even if the sacred weapon could only unleash 10% of its divine might, it was still not something a human could fight against. Cracks appeared all over Yi Fan's body and his joints crackled. Outside, the Taiyin godchild attacked again. The Taiyin saint power froze everything, covering Yan Yishi and Yan Yishi who were standing in front of the goddess cauldron in a layer of frost. Luya also attacked again. The black-winged flowing gold centipede slashed over and a few sacred weapons trapped Li Tian and Yan Yishi in an attempt to snatch the goddess cauldron. Boo! The ancient palace above the Fusang divine tree shook violently as people from major powers rushed in. A chaotic battle had already broken out there, dyeing the place red with blood. Many people wanted to fight for the treasures left behind by the ancient human emperor. There were also cultivators who didn't rush into the palace and landed on the golden Fusang divine tree. However, this tree was very special. The Sun Saint power had burned many strong cultivators, and the most terrifying thing was that there was a one-armed old man in front of the tree. He shone like a sun and no one could get close. Although the divine treasures were about to appear, the middle-aged woman, Luya, and the Taiyin godchild didn't rush over immediately to stop Li Tian and the others with their sacred weapons. The goddess cauldron kept shaking and was almost smashed into the sky a few times. Bang! With a violent tremor, two sacred weapons came crashing down. Li Tian's arms were almost shattered as he coughed out blood. Yan Yishi also let out a muffled groan as his white clothes were stained with blood. At the same time, the third sacred weapon came crashing down and the goddess cauldron was almost flipped over. The two of them suffered heavy injuries as they were all sacred weapons. At this moment, it depended on the strength of the wielder. The two of them naturally couldn't stop the encirclement. Li Tian said ruthlessly, "At most, we will fight to the death. The most beautiful woman in the cauldron. Let Qingwu out and you can leave." The middle-aged woman from the Moon Palace said, "If we want to leave, you won't be able to stop us. If you want to stop us, you have to destroy one of your sacred weapons." Li Tian started to use the forbidden power of the goddess cauldron to open the lid and carve runes on the small altar. Inside the goddess cauldron, Yi Qingwu's expression changed. The power of the Tao of human desires filled the air and drowned the Moon Palace. She had a bad premonition as she recalled some legends. Bang! The pressure on Yi Fan was greatly reduced. A wave of pure power surged and blocked the Moon Palace, turning into a burning flame. Power of the great Tao of human desires. The inside of the goddess cauldron became hazy. The six desires' divine tribulation descended and interweaved with streaks of colorful light, drowning the inside of the cauldron and rushing into the Moon Palace. Bang! Yi Qingwu's black hair fluttered. Her divine clothes were burned to ashes, revealing a pure white and moving body that was like ivory. She was completely naked, so perfect that it was suffocating. She didn't panic at all after suffering the attack of the six desires' divine tribulation. Even though she was facing Yi Fan naked, her expression was still calm. However, her black gem-like eyes were very cold. "I will send you on your way," the number one beauty shouted coldly. She activated the Moon Palace and ignored the invasion of the laws contained in the goddess cauldron. She decided to destroy Yi Fan first to prevent something bad from happening. The sacred weapon was completely revived. At this moment, the divine might it displayed surpassed the past and was peerlessly terrifying. Even if a divine king at the great perfection level came, he would still die in this situation. And now, the body of Yi Fan, who was far from great perfection, shattered with a pft. "I finally killed him first," Yi Qingwu muttered to herself. However, not long after, a bloody light flashed not far away. Yi Fan's body was reborn, and he actually reappeared inside the divine cauldron. Yi Qingwu's expression changed. Her body was as white as jade, and her appearance was beautiful and flawless. She had the wisdom of heaven and earth. Her legs were snow-white and long, and her waist was slender. She was like a jade sculpture, beautiful to the point of a dream. Yi Fan charged over with a cold expression. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he fought a great battle with Yi Qingwu. Chapter 7:18. In this eternal moment, Yi Fan experienced death for the first time. It was the first time he clashed with an ancient saint's weapon grandmaster, and the first time his primordial spirit witnessed the regeneration of his flesh shell. This was the first time since he stepped onto the path of cultivation that the ancient god within the Moon Palace had severed his corporeal body. If it wasn't for the Emperor's talisman of chaos, he would have been in real danger. With the help of the talisman, his flesh was regenerated and he shot towards Yi Qingwu like lightning. He shouted and two terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes. His body arched into the shape of a dragon and his hands shook. One channeled the Yin Saint power as black as ink, and the other channeled the Sun Saint power as blazing as the sun. His hands became the Yin-Yang divine points. In addition, his body emitted a dazzling radiance, and a circle of dense multicolored mist that resembled the light of Buddha rose up and turned into a circle, as if it was made by heaven. At this moment, his body became a perfect taiji. The yin and the sun rotated, the softness and the hardness coexisted, reaching the extreme and transforming into each other. Yi Qingwu's expression changed. The traces of Tao, the form of Dharma, and the embodiment of techniques shocked her. This evolution was comparable to Yin Tianda's divine form when he broke through the 108 barriers of life and death laid down by the saint. She used the ancient saint's weapon just now and used up an immeasurable amount of divine power. She couldn't wield the moon tower immediately. At this moment, she shouted, 8 Virtues Treasure Wheel. A wheel-shaped divine wheel with 8 kinds of divine talismans appeared in the void. 8 beams of light shot down and turned into 8 cult master-level figures that attacked. Yi Fan's left hand shook and channeled the Yin Saint power. It was the Yin Fish divine point of the pitch-black Yin Yang divine point. The softness of Yin spat out and destroyed one of the figures without a sound. He leaned forward and arched into the shape of a dragon. The Yin-Yang dividing line was like a sharp Dao sword. It turned into a blazing divine radiance and cut down the second figure. Bang! At this moment, he raised his right arm and channeled the Sun Saint power. The Yang Fish divine point swallowed and spat out. The entire Yang Fish turned into a dragon and flew out, obliterating the 2 figures. Yi Qingwu was shocked. Yi Fan's divine form was too mysterious and powerful. Her expression changed drastically. Only the master of the 8 Visions Palace could compare to the divine form she comprehended. However, the form she comprehended was still lacking and couldn't be displayed right now. This left her extremely shocked and amazed. She activated the 8 Virtues Treasure Wheel, wanting to revive the 4 people she killed because they all had undying bodies. However, Yi Fan's speed was too fast, exceeding the limit. He transformed his flesh shell into a primal chaos, moving through the sky like a heavenly wheel, avoiding the remaining 4 figures and rising into the air. Clang! The golden taiji circle collided with the 8 Virtues Treasure Wheel. Crack! The 8 divine talismans on the treasure wheel dimmed a little, and 2 more cracks appeared on the already cracked wheel. What? Yi Qingwu was shocked. The 8 Virtues' 8 wheels were secret treasures. Even though it had been shattered before, not as great as before, it still wasn't something sect master-level figures could shatter. 8 Forbidden Domain. That was the only possibility. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break such a treasure. She quickly retreated. After a moment of recuperation, she had recovered some of her vitality. She activated the Moon Palace Tower again, wanting to kill Yi Fan in a single strike. She did not believe that Yi Fan could recover. Wang! A strange sound rang out. Strand after strand of immortal light condensed into a divine moon, within which a fairy was faintly discernible. Yi Fan's heart trembled. It was precisely the deity contained within the holy weapon. Just now, it was precisely the flesh shell that was broken. There was a moon fairy within that divine moon. This weapon spirit was no different from a human, possessing the dignity and power of a saint, making it difficult for others to resist. He experienced how terrifying a saint was. That was a boundless universe, a boundless sea of divine power, a space-time abyss that walked towards destruction. I've heard that the corporeal body of a saint is unparalleled. In that case, let me go and compete with the deity within the holy weapon. Yi Qingwu's black gem-like eyes flickered with cold light. Her black hair danced lightly, and the hem of her clothes fluttered. She was like an exiled immortal that had descended to the mortal world. It was another sure-kill attack. The deity within the divine moon pounced over, and the aura of an ancient saint covered the heaven and earth, pressuring everyone until they couldn't breathe. This time, Yi Fan's expression was calm without any ripples. That was because on his shoulders, there were 2 pieces of rusty green copper floating motionlessly. Not long ago, his flesh shell was cut open by this holy weapon, and the 2 pieces of old copper in the sea of reincarnation fell out. Now, they were hanging on his shoulders. Boom! When that deity flew over, it was like a divine moon exploding. Multicolored light shot out in all directions, covering the heaven and earth. Yi Fan circulated the army formula and forcefully controlled the 2 pieces of old copper to block in front of him. They rippled with a few green lights. In the divine moon, that deity that was like the moon fairy keenly sensed something. The few green lights shot out by the old copper were a fatal temptation to her, and she pounced over to kill. A deity that possessed the aura of an ancient saint would hardly attract any attention in this world. However, at this moment, she was like a moth flying into a flame, throwing caution to the wind. Rip! The body of the fairy in the divine moon trembled. She wanted to seize the essence of the old copper, but her body was evaporated into a mist, and a large hole appeared on her body. Ah! She cried out in alarm. Her divine senses rumbled in the entire moon palace as she quickly retreated. Behind her, Yi Qingwu was shocked. Her divine eyes were terrifying, and her oval face was lustrous and translucent. Disbelief was written all over her face, and she almost didn't dare to believe everything. This was a holy weapon that had been passed down through the ages. The deity contained within had grown up together with the saints of the past. It was born in the heavenly tribulation, and it would never perish. How could this be? Facing 2 pieces of rotten copper, she suffered such a great loss. It was as if she had suffered an extremely serious injury. No one would believe it if she said it out loud. 2 pieces of broken copper. Yi Qingwu retreated. Her body was snow-white and sparkling, and not a single strand of dirt could be seen. Her figure was slender, and her curves were undulating. Yi Fan naturally knew that the green copper could block holy weapons. Back then, under the attack of the Emperor weapon, these 2 pieces of old copper protected him for a short period of time. He took a step into the sky, and his body turned into a mark. His left and right hands reached out at the same time, and the moon and the sun collided, emitting a glaring and dense multicolored light. It was as if an ancient universe had been cut open. The endless river of stars wreaked havoc everywhere, covering the front with a vast expanse of whiteness. Yi Qingwu shouted and used the 8 Virtues treasure wheel to block. At the same time, she used 9 types of ancient divine techniques to resist the dazzling light produced by the fusion of the moon and sun. The 8 Virtues treasure wheel released a crisp sound. This time, 5 more cracks appeared, and the 8 undying bodies all retracted into it, unable to come out again. At the same time, Yi Qingwu's delicate body shook violently. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and a strand of it landed on her pure white and ample chest. It actually injured me. The moon and sun melted into one body. Could it be that the legend of the 8 restrictions is really going to be broken? Every inch of her jade-like skin was flowing with luster, as if she was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. She continuously retreated. The holy weapon had lost its use. After being injured by the 2 pieces of old copper, that deity seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and could no longer be activated. Yi Qingwu's expression was solemn as she fought against Yi Fan with the ancient techniques that she had learned. At this moment, her face was filled with shock. It's still the 8 restrictions realm, but why did he injure me just now? Did he break the ancient restriction of gods in an instant? Yi Qingwu was terrified. Every level of the Immortal Foundation could be divided into 9 small realms, but they were only generally described by the early stage, mid-stage, and peak stage. There were no 9 levels. Yi Fan was in the early stage of this first heaven, but she had already entered the mid-stage. Moreover, she was someone who had broken the 7 restrictions realm and ranked first among the heavenly ladies. Even if he has the sacred body of the ancients, I have the Guanghan spirit body. My realm is higher than his, and I also have the 7 restrictions realm. How could I be injured? Yi Qingwu's heart was filled with monstrous waves. Could it be that he really broke the ancient restriction of gods in an instant? In this world, only Yin Tianda could stand in the 8 restrictions realm and cultivate for more than 30 years. His strength was unfathomable, and no one could measure his depth. Although Yi Qingwu also had an initial glimpse of the 8 restrictions, she was still a step away from breaking through. She believed that given enough time, she would definitely be able to break through. Now that she had encountered Yi Fan, how could she not be shocked by his performance just now? In this world, if anyone in the Ziwei Ancient Star region could prove their Dao, it would definitely be between Yin Tianda and her. Now, another heaven-defying monster had appeared, which shocked her. Yi Fan's eyes were like lightning, and his expression was cold. Although the woman before him was the most beautiful in the world and was known as the #1 beauty in the world, he was still as calm as an ancient well and attacked with all his might. After coming to this world, this was the first time he was almost killed by someone. If not for the ancient Chaos Emperor talisman, he would only be left with his primordial spirit. It would be extremely difficult for him to reform his flesh shell, and the consumption would be great. The Guanghan spirit body, 7 restrictions realm, and 2nd level immortal foundation were all at the mid-stage of the immortal foundation. However, at this moment, Yi Qingwu's expression was solemn. Her jade-like body glowed with light as she seriously fought against Yi Fan. After all, she was injured earlier and there was trepidation in her heart. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Fan used the battle saint art to manifest the golden taiji of his human body before suddenly punching out with this unparalleled fist art. Bzz. There was no sound like mountains collapsing or tsunamis crashing. There was only a mysterious hum that was extremely terrifying. He felt as though he had ascended into the heavens, and his entire body felt extremely comfortable. This fist strike was extremely carefree. The golden taiji of his human body shone with a brilliant light, unleashing a terrifying might as he flew out. Pooh! Yi Qingwu was flung through the air as she coughed out blood. Her beautiful and flawless body trembled as a look of shock appeared on her face. This time around, she was certain that Yi Fan had broken through the forbidden domain of the myriad ancient gods in an instant. Although it was only for an instant, it was extremely terrifying. The forbidden domain of the myriad ancient gods was a domain that could only be touched by divine might. After breaking through 8 restrictions, one would enter the limit of 9 or even surpass 9. From the beginning to the end, the goddess furnace was constantly changing. The 6 desires divine tribulation interweaved, ancient heavenly sounds rumbled, Dao marks appeared, and colorful lights flooded the world. Yi Qingwu's expression changed. While fighting against Yi Fan, the power of the goddess furnace finally invaded her, causing her to feel a wave of fear. This was the infamous goddess furnace. In the past, it had captured all the beauties in the world in one fell swoop. That was an incomparably dark era, and no one could escape once they fell into the furnace. Within the furnace, the ancient sacrificial altar flickered with thousands of runes that overflowed into every inch of space. The deities of the Moon Imperial Tower were already asleep, so they naturally couldn't stop it. Yi Qingwu began to tremble. Her starry eyes were overflowing with color, and her hair was disheveled. Her snow-white neck was like that of a swan, and her figure was slender and well-proportioned. Her curves were undulating up and down, incomparably perfect. Her body was as white and flawless as ivory. She was struggling. Yi Fan let out a loud roar and used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist again. He smashed forward with an indomitable will, and his murderous intent surged throughout the entire divine furnace. Motherf ***. Outside the furnace, Li Tian cursed. He lifted the lid and carved the name Yi Fan on the sacrificial altar. Chapter 719. Li Tian was covered in blood. The wound on his back exposed his spine, and 3 of his sternum were protruding. His abdomen was almost cut open, and his intestines almost flowed out. It was a frightening sight. You guys won't have a good time since I'm injured. I don't want the so-called most beautiful woman in the world anymore. I Qinggu will forever fall into the lust of men. Li Tian was ruthless. At this moment, they had already rushed into the ancient palace above the Fusang tree to fight for the ancient Sun Emperor's inheritance. However, they didn't find the ancient scripture, but the battle was getting more and more intense. The Moon Palace and the Golden Crow race attacked with their sacred weapons, causing him to be seriously injured. The black-winged golden centipede flew across the sky and turned into a golden crow in Lu Ya's hand. Every time it flapped its wings, thousands of light blades would fly out. Most of Li Tian's injuries were like this. If the goddess furnace didn't dissolve the power of the ancient sacred weapon, he would have most likely turned into ashes. At this moment, many people were attacking them, led by the Moon Palace. They were desperately activating their sacred weapons. I Qinggu had been taken in, so how could the sect not go crazy? That ice crystal-like palace fell several times. Yan Ishi coughed up blood, and his white clothes were stained with blood. He wasn't any better than Li Tian. It wasn't that the goddess furnace wasn't good, but there were too many sacred weapons attacking them. There were 4 of them, and Taiyin Divine Sun and Sankei attacked from time to time. This palace had extremely powerful sun's sacred power. People believed that it was the place where the ancient human emperor passed away, but they didn't find anything. Below, in front of the 60-meter-tall golden Fusang tree stood a one-armed old man in green robes. He looked incomparably perplexed, making it even more difficult for others to approach him. A stone coffin lay in disarray. Some people tried to kill it with their sacred weapons, but they were all blocked. Buzz. The goddess furnace trembled slightly and emitted 5-colored divine lights. There were 5 energies surrounding it, and there was a dazzling and misty light. A beautiful woman appeared with blurred eyes. Li Tian, what are you doing? Stop this, I'll let you leave. The middle-aged woman from the Moon Palace shouted with an extremely ugly expression. The goddess furnace had a bad reputation. There were many legends about it, and this change was undoubtedly reviving the laws of desire. It was enough to make the people inside fall into the sea of desire. It's too late. Do you think I'm a peddler who can bargain with you? What number 1 beauty in the world? From now on, I'll change my name to Moon Lust Woman. Li Tian didn't buy it at all. Together with Yan Ishi, he activated the goddess furnace and killed his way through the ancient palace, searching for the ancient emperor's legacy. Jade slip, there's a bookshelf here. Someone opened up a secret room in the ancient palace. A group of people rushed over and fought over it, calling out to their sections. Luya, Daoist, Taiyin Son of Heaven and the others abandoned Yan Ishi and Li Lidian and rushed over as well. Only the people from the Moon Palace were fighting the 2 of them. Voila! Below the ancient palace, the 60-feet-tall golden Fusang divine tree swayed. The Sun Saint force surged. The green-clothed old man stood alone and muttered to himself in confusion, "Who can bury me in my homeland, crow nest?" Someone cried out in alarm. On the propping mulberry tree, the golden leaves trembled and a bird's nest appeared between the luxuriant branches and leaves. Golden crow feathers flickered inside. Is that the lair of a fairy? People were astonished. The golden crow race on the North Star couldn't be a true golden crow. It was like the difference between a flood dragon and a true dragon. However, it was unusual for a crow nest to appear on an immortal tree with flickering golden crow feathers. It was most likely left behind by an immortal spirit. The immortal tree belongs to our golden crow race. Many experts from this race didn't enter the ancient palace and gathered here, including a few golden crow princes. Nonsense, the Fusang divine tree accompanied our human race's ancient sun emperor to prove the Tao. How could it belong to your golden crow race? A human cultivator snorted. Who doesn't know that the Fusang divine tree and the golden crow are inseparable? It's the dwelling place of our race's progenitor. A golden crow prince snorted. Then how do you explain our human race's ancient sun emperor raising a Fusang divine tree? Someone shouted. a rumble came from above the 60-feet-tall golden tree. A giant palace was opened, and an archaic aura rushed out. Many people cried out in alarm. The human race's ancient king's alchemy room. Heavens, there's a bottle of 9 transformations immortal pill. This thing is immortal after myriad tribulations and is refined from an immortal medicine. Is there more in the bottle? Inside the ancient palace, there were first cries of alarm, then miserable cries. A fierce battle broke out. Many people fell into madness as they fought over the ancient king's inheritance. Inside the goddess furnace, Yi Fan was greatly affected. The 6 desires tribulation descended and the great Tao of carnal desires covered the sky and earth. His movements also became sluggish. This wasn't a true attack, but rather a strange power that affected people's emotions. It made them sink into depravity and not want to awaken. However, during this process, he and I Chingwu were still fighting. They didn't stop and used everything they had learned in their lives to fight to the death. If there were only 2 people in the Ziwei ancient star field who could prove the Tao in the future, then I Chingwu would occupy one of the spots. One could imagine her talents and potential. The great Tao of carnal desires, however, at this time, her starry eyes were blurred and she couldn't control herself. Her primordial spirit was unstable, and her flawless body was trembling. At this moment, her black hair shone brightly like silk. Her waist was small and her legs were long and slender. Luster flowed about and her pure white body produced strands of red multicolored light. However, she wasn't an ordinary person in the end. Her talents were exceptional and her willpower was extraordinary. Her eyes lit up and she immediately became clear-headed again. Yi Fan also suffered a blow, but he was similarly an extraordinary person. A divine lamp lit up in his heart and he didn't sink into depravity. Yi Fan, how about we cooperate? Otherwise, if we sink into depravity here, there will be no hope of proving the Tao in the future. I Chingwu's breath was like orchids as she discussed with him. Is there a need? What can this furnace do to me? Yi Fan flatly refused. Moreover, he was completely unrestrained as he sized up the body that was as smooth as jade. He looked left, right, up and down. Even though I Chingwu's willpower far exceeded that of ordinary people, this was the first time she had been stared at by a man like this. She couldn't bear it. If this goes on, you and I won't be able to block the power of the goddess furnace's Tao marks. Do you think you will only sink into depravity for a period of time? It can affect one's Tao. I'm not afraid. It is best to use this furnace to refine one's heart. You can be as charming as you want. I will admire you with an ordinary Tao heart. Yi Fan said. I can also block the trial of refining the heart, but can you resist the power of a saint? I Chingwu couldn't calm down now because the goddess furnace's aura made her feel more and more fear. She didn't want to fall here again. Bang. The 2 were still fighting and it was becoming more and more intense. They fought from the moon to the furnace world and saw that altar. It was shining like a deity as it floated there. I Chingwu and Yi Fan's names were written on it. Moreover, they were connected by mysterious Tao marks and circulated a terrifying aura. What? I Chingwu's expression completely changed. At first, she thought that only her name was carved on it, but after seeing it now, her body trembled. The 2 of them were in the furnace world together, and even their names were carved. A bad premonition arose in her heart. Human desire great Tao. The ancient altar rumbled and released ripples that pressed downwards. At this moment, both of them felt a strange emotion. Yi Fan, let's work together. Otherwise, there will be no hope of confirming the Tao in this life. Hong. The ancient altar above trembled and released the heavenly sounds of the great Tao that pressed downwards. It was like a great bell ringing, giving people the illusion that they were about to comprehend the Tao. In reality, the 2 of them felt like they were about to sink into depravity. Their bodies were boiling hot. This was the human desire great Tao, the goddess furnace's natural laws. As long as one was human, there wasn't a single person who didn't have emotions and desires. This altar directly interfered with their primordial spirits, wanting to make them fall into human desire. Die for me! Yi Fan snorted coldly. His primordial spirit was like iron, his will like steel. The small golden lake between his brows turned into a Dao sword that slashed outwards. However, a beautiful goddess appeared in the sky. She sealed the Dao sword back and descended gently. She didn't attack with killing intent, but this made Yi Fan and Yi Qingwu feel more and more strange. This is the power of a saint, a deity nurtured by the goddess furnace. How can we contend against it? Yi Qingwu cried out in fear. She was truly afraid. She no longer fought against Yi Fan and flew into the distance. As the #1 goddess of the Ziwei ancient star field, she had always been proud and aloof since a young age. How could she endure falling into the sea of desire? That would be worse than death for her. Chung. At this moment, Yi Fan took action again. He was a bit worried that it might affect his future Dao confirmation. With the human desire laws on his body, no one knew what would happen. However, this time, he didn't fight against the goddess furnace. Instead, he attacked Yi Qingwu. He used all kinds of secret techniques in a world-shocking confrontation. What? Why are you so unaffected? The #1 beauty of the Ziwei ancient star field was astonished. At this moment, she was weak and powerless. With the human desire laws on her body, she couldn't even attack. Yi Fan immediately understood that this was all because of the 2 pieces of bronze. He had cursed the green bronze many times. He had never taken the initiative to attack and always defended passively. Today, it was still the same. However, it allowed him to resist the human desire laws of the goddess furnace. He wasn't affected much. An intense confrontation. Buzz. In the end, a dazzling light flew out. A flower of blood flew dozens of meters into the air. Yi Qingwu's head flew off and was cut off in the world of the furnace. The #1 beauty in the world had died, but Yi Fan didn't feel much emotion. This woman was beautiful and incomparably powerful. If not for the divine furnace's influence, it would be very difficult to cut her head off. No matter how beautiful you were and how you could charm all living beings, in the end, you would still be a skeleton. No matter what, you would still die. Yi Fan was protected by the green bronze. Although he was a bit affected by the human desire laws, it wasn't a big deal. He stood in place silently, waiting for Li Tian and the others to open the furnace. Kacha. Suddenly, there was a sound in the distance. The 8 virtues treasure wheel flickered with dazzling brilliance. Rays of vitality flew out as Yi Qingwu was revived. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He immediately understood that this treasure was extremely powerful and mysterious. Legend had it that it was once a sacred weapon of a sect. However, it was broken and fell into the hands of the Moon Palace. Even though it was broken, it still had a powerful undying function. The 8 sect masters that were formed could never be destroyed. Unexpectedly, it was still effective on the owner. Pif. Yi Fan flew up and pointed with a finger. A flower of blood bloomed from the glabella of the world's most beautiful Yi Qingwu. She had just appeared and was killed again. Kacha. The 8 virtues treasure wheel rang again. It rushed into the sky and flew into the depths of the furnace. Yi Fan chased after it and attacked with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. However, Yi Qingwu hid in the 8 virtues treasure wheel. Although cracks appeared on it, it was still a corner of the sacred weapon and couldn't be destroyed. Boom. The mortal desire great Dao had descended. The goddess in the sky was extremely charming. She turned around and smiled. Her clothes fluttered as she flew down. This was a power that could make one's primordial spirit leave the body. It would make one sink into the endless abyss and fall from grace. No! Yi Qingwu cried out in fear. She wasn't this frightened even when she was killed by Yi Fan. Now, she cried out involuntarily and was filled with fear. It was useless even if she hid in the 8 virtues treasure wheel. The mortal desire great Dao laws could enter. Yi Fan, how about we cooperate? If you help me resist this calamity, I am willing to pay any price. As a proud daughter of the heavens, she looked down on all living beings. It was very difficult for her to say such words. Sure, I have the green copper to stop the goddess furnace. As long as you offer up a strand of your primordial spirit, I can guarantee that you will never fall. Yi Fan used Yi Qingwu's condition back then. You are going too far. Yi Qingwu's eyes were blurry and her eyelashes trembled. Her flawless face was filled with unwillingness. Her entire body was sparkling and snow-white. She stood in the 8 virtues treasure wheel and did her best to resist the mortal desire great Tao laws. Then I have nothing else to say. Yi Fan walked to the side and allowed the mortal desire great Tao to fall. That goddess almost hugged the 8 virtues treasure wheel in her arms. Hurry and force the mortal desire great Tao away. I agree. I Ching-wu surrendered and cried out in fear. She was afraid of falling into the sea of desire forever. Those ancient legends made every woman in the world afraid. Yi Fan walked forward and used the army formula to activate the 2 pieces of green copper to resist the mortal desire great Tao. He took the 8 virtues treasure wheel in his hand and let a strand of his primordial spirit appear. A 7-colored fairy flew out from the 8 virtues treasure wheel. She was formed from a primordial spirit and was incomparably holy. She was like the reincarnation of a goddess from the 9 heavens. She was so beautiful that it was unreal. Swoosh! A strand of primordial spirit rushed out from between Yi Fan's brows and turned into himself. He flew over to suppress that 7-colored fairy and engrave his own imprint on her. Suddenly, the 7-colored fairy released a light shout and spat out a divine moon from her mouth. She wanted to use this to control Yi Fan. Pa! Yi Fan's primordial spirit held the deity-striking whip and was incomparably calm. It swung down and sent the divine moon flying with a pa sound. It was clear that the divine moon was a world-shocking secret treasure. Otherwise, other primordial spirit weapons would have definitely turned to ashes under the deity-striking whip. I knew you weren't willing and had other methods. Yi Fan's primordial spirit held the deity-striking whip and rushed forward murderously. Right at this moment, the mortal desire great Tao descended from the sky and immediately submerged the 2 primordial spirits. The 2 merged together. I Ching-wu's primordial spirit cried out in alarm. Her entire body went limp and her skin was snow-white like ivory. 7-colored multicolored light curled around it. The 2 primordial spirits were exactly the same as their original bodies. They tangled together in the void. Because there was some distance between them and the 2 pieces of old bronze, the goddess furnace took advantage of this opportunity. I Ching-wu's original body cried out softly. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's original body also almost cried out loudly. Everything that the primordial spirit experienced was the same as his own body. It was no different from his true body. How could it be like this? Not far away, I Ching-wu's original body was trembling. For someone as pure as ice and as pure as jade, this was too strange and terrifying. It was no different from what she experienced herself. The 2's original bodies stood opposite each other and stared at the void together. Their expressions were both strange as they looked at the entangled primordial spirits. Their bodies were also trembling. Chapter 720. In the world of the furnace, this was a strange scene that made one's blood boil. 2 naked bodies were entangled in the air, and on the ground, there were 2 identical people looking up. I Ching-wu screamed at a high decibel level. Her originally pleasant and magnetic voice was especially ear-piercing at this moment. She almost didn't dare to believe everything. She was naked in the sky. Her body was white and flawless, overflowing with brilliant colors. It could be said to be a masterpiece of the heavens. Her body was slender, and every inch of her skin was shining. That her was entangled with another man. It was so dazzling that she almost fainted. This was something she didn't even dare to think about in the past. I Ching-wu witnessed everything. It was as if she was an outsider, but she felt as if she was experiencing it herself. Everything that happened was truly felt by her. Her primordial spirit was connected to her body, and every feeling was no different from what she experienced herself. At this moment, she was naked, and her body was covered in layers of red clouds. On the other side, Yi Fan also had a strange expression. This was very strange. He was clearly standing on the ground, but he saw and felt what the other him was doing. This was clearly his experience, and he was the one doing it. However, he had this kind of perspective to examine his confusion. At this moment he was also in a trance. In the air, that man was like a god of war descending to the mortal world. His thick black hair draped over his chest and back, and his body flickered with precious splendor. He was strong and powerful. And that woman was jade-like. Her curves were undulating, and she was slender and graceful. Her body was glowing with light, and it made one's blood boil. The two were entangled, and everything was too dreamy. This was too unreal. He didn't even have any thoughts before all of this happened. The primordial spirit and the body were inseparable, and he was personally experiencing what the other him was doing. The two naked bodies merged together, and it was endlessly charming. I Ching-gu stood in the distance, leaning against the 8 Virtues treasure wheel. She was almost paralyzed on the ground. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and she couldn't accept all of this. In the air, panting sounds could be heard from time to time. The 7-colored woman's body was covered in a layer of pink clouds, and it almost drove her crazy as she screamed incessantly. "No, all of this is fake," I Ching-gu shouted weakly. Her body was weak, and she couldn't stand it all. "Under my Dao, everything is empty," Yi Fan muttered to himself. Upon hearing his words, I Ching-wu's black hair shone brightly and her starry eyes glowed. She really wanted to scold him, but she eventually closed her sexy red lips. The chaotic scene in midair, as well as the sound that shook one's heart, was enough to throw the world into chaos. Everything was just that mystical. Finally, after an unknown period of time, the sky calmed down. On the 8 Virtues treasure wheel, I Ching-gu was drenched in sweat. She wanted to take back the primordial spirit. To her, this was a torture that was like traveling between heaven and hell. However, at this moment, regardless of whether it was her original body or primordial spirit, they were both weak and powerless, almost unable to budge. They fell weakly there, their entire bodies covered in pink clouds. Bang! Yi Fan's vital spirit made a move, using the deity whipping whip to defend himself. His golden divine thoughts turned into a Dao sword, imprinting itself on the body that was as white as ivory. I Ching-gu cried out in alarm and struggled helplessly. Her primordial spirit was unable to move and could not escape. It was suppressed by the deity beating whip, and the Dao sword pierced through, leaving an indelible mark. I Ching-gu raised her eyebrows, and her oval face was filled with unwillingness. Her pupils, which were filled with spiritual energy, shrank rapidly, and she clenched her fists tightly. But it was useless. Offering her primordial spirit and imprinting was her request to Yi Fan, and now it was reflected in her body. This made her feel extremely ashamed and angry. "Just kill me." "Why should I kill you?" Yi Fan's primordial spirit returned to his body and stood in the distance. He said, "In the future, I can help you fight against Yin Tianda, Daoist and Tain Divine Sun, Luya, and the others, so that you can prove your Dao in the Ziwei ancient galaxy. You want to use me against them and make me your slave? I will not yield." I Ching-gu retracted her primordial spirit and stood up slowly. The pink clouds faded away, revealing her graceful body, fair and alluring. "Kill them and you will be the strongest in the future. No one will be able to compete with you. In the future, only you can prove your Dao. I will not compete with you in the Ziwei galaxy." "There is no conflict," Yi Fan smiled. "You devil, you want to help me rise and get rid of your greatest enemy. You even said it in such a dignified manner, but you want me to become your puppet." I Ching-gu was as pure as ice and as clean as jade. She had all the beauty in her body. Even though her expression was cold, she was still extremely seductive. Hell and heaven are separated by a single thought. It depends on how each person understands it and chooses. I think we can get along well. "There is no need to talk about using me as a puppet," Yi Fan said. I Ching-gu bit her red lips, and her black hair covered half of her face, but it could not hide her seductive jade-like skin. She actually wanted to step on Yi Fan, but at this moment, she felt helpless. "Demon! Maybe I will create a path for you to go to heaven and let you live a carefree life. From then on, no one will be able to compare to you," Yi Fan said. "The path to becoming a great emperor is filled with corpses. You want me to walk in front of you? What will you do?" I Ching-gu mocked. "My path is not here. This world is yours." Yi Fan smiled calmly. "You really are a demon. You want me to be your spokesperson." I Ching-gu combed her hair and took out a snow-white dress. She slowly put it on in front of him, covering her beautiful and flawless body. Don't make it sound so bad. Sooner or later, you will become the most beautiful light in this world. You will become a holy goddess that everyone will worship. You will shock the world and brighten this land. Yi Fan faintly smiled. In the eyes of the world, the flawless goddess is high up and out of this world. But she is in the hands of a demon. Is this your plan to raise a goddess? Yi Qingwu mocked herself. You must have confidence in yourself. If you have the heart to prove your Tao, the imprint on your spirit is nothing. You will cut it off sooner or later, Yi Fan said. Do I have any other choice? After falling into your hands, I can only look up to heaven from hell. Yi Qingwu was peerless. After putting on her dress, she was not tainted by the world at all. She was ethereal. Why are you saying all this? We don't need to separate ourselves. We will work happily together. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile. Yi Qingwu could no longer maintain her ethereal posture. She thought about the scene just now. They were naked and there was indeed no distinction between them. She wanted to scold him, but in the end, she held it in. She calmed her emotions and said in a cold voice, "The Ziwei ancient galaxy is a land of great heroes. There are countless geniuses. I'm afraid you are still far from being able to contend for the world with your current strength. You just need to have confidence in yourself. One day, you will become a goddess worshipped by the world." After Yi Fan finished speaking, his spirit turned into a sword and cut himself. He was erasing the traces of the great Tao of man. After experiencing everything just now, something was indeed left behind. He was afraid that it would really affect the future. In the past, when he broke the curse of the divine body, he was suppressed by the great Tao and left behind a terrifying scar. In the end, he healed it, so he was not afraid of a single law. Golden clouds rose from his body like boiling water. An hour later, everything was erased. Yi Fan opened his eyes and said, "Do you need me to remove the marks?" "You don't have to worry about it. I can remove all traces myself." Yi Qingwu regained her ethereal state and her voice was magnetic. Her skin was like a fairy and her bones were overflowing with auspicious clouds. An hour later, she had also removed all traces. She was otherworldly, like a fairy on a misty cliff that could fly away with the wind at any time. Yi Fan was shocked. This girl's talent was indeed terrifying. No wonder she was considered to be one of the people most likely to prove the Tao in the future. He felt that if he didn't kill this girl and raised her into a pure and clean fairy, she would most likely be of great use in the future. The moon spirit physique was actually so stunning that it could suppress the world. The deity in the furnace had long since disappeared. The six desires tribulation had ended and no longer descended. The two of them didn't speak and the atmosphere was strange. They couldn't help but think about everything that happened just now. In the outside world, the battle was intense. Yan Ishi and his senior brother had snatched a few jade scrolls, but they were also heavily injured and surrounded by everyone. Li Tian couldn't help but laugh evilly. He knew that the goddess furnace must have been useful because it had released the power of the great Tao of man's desire, scaring away the people surrounding him. "You all attacked me. Now I will give you all a great gift. I will return the world's #1 beauty to you." The void trembled. He flipped the goddess furnace over and released the person he sucked inside. He loudly transmitted sound to everyone and said, "Everyone, please look." It was unknown just how many pairs of eyes looked over, all of them experts from various sections. The goddess furnace was notorious. Everyone wanted to know Yi Qingwu's fate, especially the younger generation. Many of them were anxious to the point where they wanted to kill. The Moon Palace's people's faces became snow white. They were incomparably terrified. If something happened to Yi Qingwu, the Moon Palace wouldn't be able to raise their heads. Right now, it was already night time. A divine moon hung in the sky. The distant black Great Sea rose and fell, the island covered in a hazy expanse. Auspicious multicolored light surged within the goddess furnace. Yi Qingwu's clothes were whiter than snow as she flew out gracefully. That type of beauty immediately made heaven and earth lose color, the sun and moon becoming dim without light. All other beautiful things paled in comparison. A Moon Palace senior elder operated his heavenly eye and examined Yi Qingwu. Then, he released a breath of air and said, "Qingwu is unharmed. She has made it through this tribulation and will be able to verify the Tao in the future." The other undying inheritances naturally had peerless experts here as well. Their divine eyes were like lightning. They also discovered that her body was unharmed and unharmed. They all revealed expressions of shock. Fairy Yi is stunning from past to present. She is the first person to come out after crossing the tribulation of human desire. Many people from the younger generation immediately cheered. Yi Qingwu was the world's #1 beauty, a goddess in many people's hearts. At this moment, they all released a breath of relief and let go of the boulder in their hearts. Fairy Qingwu has looked down on the past and present. Even the goddess furnace couldn't do anything to her. She is incomparably holy and pure. Even the heavens can't bear to let her be harmed. Fairy Yi is as pure as ice and as clean as jade, the world's #1 beauty. Even that evil furnace can't blaspheme her. Everyone cried out in surprise and praise. They were all incomparably excited. Yi Qingwu's charm was evident. Motherf *Ker. Li Tian cursed. He was as angry as he could be. He originally thought that the fairy would turn into a woman of desire, which would make the Moon Palace lose face. He didn't expect to witness a miracle. He was the inheritor of human desire, so he could naturally see that the other party was truly unharmed. Yi Fan flew out leisurely, which surprised everyone. However, they didn't think too much about it because he was with Li Tian's group, so he could naturally come out unscathed. At this moment, people were exclaiming and praising Yi Qingwu everywhere. She was the holy goddess in many people's hearts. Her snow-white clothes fluttered, and she was like the reincarnation of the Moon Palace's fairy. She was so lively that the divine moon in the sky seemed to have been created just for her, and the moonlight flowed to serve as a foil to her. Yi Qingwu was slender, and her black hair was as shiny as silk. She had a slender waist, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows that gave off a rosy glow, which added to her endless divine beauty. Yi Fan revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He stood in the distance and watched everything quietly. Li Tian's expression changed. He squinted at him and said, "Why do I feel that you are mocking me, you bastard? You seem to be saying that the goddess you worship was once my woman? You think too much. But find a chance to release the Moon Palace and return it to Yi Qingwu," Yi Fan said. "You bastard!" Li Tian cursed. Yi Fan ignored his curse and flew down. He landed not far from the golden Fusang divine tree and bowed to the green-clothed old man. "Senior, I sent you back to your homeland. Where is the creation you gave me?" Many people were shocked. They stared at the green-clothed old man, the stone coffin, and Yi Fan. What did this mean? Homeland. This was the place where the ancient Sun Emperor passed away. Chapter 721. It was already deep into the night. A jade plate hung high in the firmament. In the distance, the black ocean was rising and falling. The island was covered in a layer of white and hazy mist. On the Pill Cliff were strange rocks, and the old medicine faced the moon and exhaled multicolored clouds. In Tang Valley, the 6 Zhang Golden Fusang Undying God tree shone resplendently, illuminating the night sky. Under the tree, there was a green-clothed elder standing alone. He was filled with perplexity and didn't reply to Yi Fan. In front of him, there was an ancient stone coffin. It was filled with a strange aura, and everything on the island became strange because of it. Above the golden Fusang tree sat a group of ancient palaces. They were faintly discernible, towering, grand, and imposing. The green-clothed old man seemed to have lost his soul. His entire person was muddle-headed, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of psyche power. He stood there like a piece of wood. "Senior!" Yi Fan raised his voice. Facing the single-armed old man, he took a few more steps forward. In front of the Fusang divine tree, raging flames surged. Sun Saint force circulated and the stone coffin was terrifying. Not a single cultivator could approach it. It was unknown how many people had designs on the undying tree, but they could only stop. In particular, the Golden Crow race had approached several times, but they had been forced back by the aura of the one-armed old man and the stone coffin. It was like a dormant giant beast that could attack at any time, so no one dared to act rashly. "What nonsense are you talking about?" some people said coldly. They saw Yi Fan walk forward, getting closer to the green-clothed elder. They were all afraid that he would really obtain something. "We don't care about anything else. This Fusang divine tree belongs to the Golden Crow race. No one can have any ideas about it," said an old Golden Crow. Meanwhile, on the side, the 8 crown princes of the Golden Crow race all revealed killing intent. They surrounded Yi Fan, wanting to trap him within and immediately kill him. Li Tian and Yen Ishi flew over on the goddess furnace. They sneered in the air and looked down on them. Lu Ya and the 2 old Golden Crows descended with the black-winged flowing gold hoe in their hands. The divine son of Taiyin and Daoist Senke also flew over with ancient sacred weapons to help. The people of the Moon Palace surrounded Yi Qingwu to celebrate her return and did not take any action. As for the other major forces, such as the Human King Hall and the Ziwei God Dynasty, they watched coldly from the sidelines and temporarily did not express their stance. The atmosphere at the scene was tense. The battle had lasted for a long time just now. It was only because of Yi Qingwu's escape that the situation became less tense. Now, the flames of war were going to rise to the sky again. Of course, there were always battles going on in the ancient palace. Most of the experts were gathered there, and they were still fighting. Everyone wanted to obtain the human race ancient emperor's inheritance. Now, the flames of war had finally reached the bottom of the tree of immortality. A golden crow silently took action, turning into a streak of golden light and attacking Yi Fan. "The Golden Crow race's princes have taken action." Someone cried out in alarm. This clan had 10 princes, all of them sect master-level figures, flourishing to the extreme, shocking past and present. There wasn't a single great powers master who could have this type of terrifying heirs. The Golden Crow race's 8th prince took action. This was a 20-something-year-old youth, his cultivation deep and immeasurable. A streak of Li flame flew out, burning the heavens, covering Yi Fan below. However, what people didn't expect was that Yi Fan didn't dodge at all. He allowed the flames to touch his body and bathed in them. He wasn't injured in the slightest. He operated the ancient sun scripture and walked forward with large steps, approaching the green-clothed elders step by step. Not even the true sun flame that seeped out from the divine tree could injure him temporarily. The Golden Crow race is nothing more than this. Someone sneered in the dark. This was clearly instigating, wanting them to deal with Yi Fan with all of their strength, not letting him advance smoothly. It was because no one knew what kind of relationship he had with the single-armed elder. The Golden Crow race is known to be the descendants of immortals, but in my opinion, this isn't the case. The 9th prince was killed by someone, and now, the great enemy is right in front of us. Yet, Chila! A streak of sun flame essence flew out, interrupting the hidden person's words. What replaced it was a miserable cry. That instigator was immediately burned into ashes. The Golden Crow race's 2nd prince only revealed a cold smile. Everything he did was insignificant to him, but it startled everyone. Heavens, this is a strand of sun flame essence produced when the Sun Saint force is operated to the extreme. He actually refined this type of thing. Not only did he find the location of a powerful figure, but he also burned it to ashes with just a raise of his hand. This Golden Crow race's 2nd prince is too terrifying. Everyone said that the Golden Crow race's 10 princes were all powerful, and Lu Ya was the strongest among them. However, after seeing the 2nd prince summon the sun flame essence, many people became extremely doubtful. This kind of sun flame essence was enough to burn a peerless sect master to death, and ordinary powerful figures would find it difficult to resist. Just how terrifying was such a person? Many people stared at the 2nd prince, but he remained calm. The fact that the crown prince was the leader of the crowd made them all the more fearful. Everyone step back. We must kill this person today. He dared to kill a direct descendant of the Golden Crow race. Not even the resurrection of the ancient Sun Emperor can save him. A Golden Crow prince said. They spread out and surrounded the Fusang golden tree and Yi Fan in the center. Your Golden Crow race's appetite is too big. You clearly want to take this immortal tree for yourself. Someone in the dark sneered. This tree is the dwelling place of our Golden Crow race's ancestor. Is there any doubt about this? A Golden Crow prince asked. What proof do you have that this is your ancestor's divine tree? The person in the dark sneered. That's the proof, Luya said in the sky. He pointed at the lush golden leaves where a crow's nest could be vaguely seen. It's useless to say these things. The fact that a golden crow once built a nest on it doesn't prove anything. Everyone knows that the Fusang divine tree accompanied the ancient Sun Emperor to prove his Tao. It belongs to the human race, a living fossil from the human king hall said. The human king hall was one of the most ancient inheritances of the human race. Their statement at this time caused the atmosphere to change. The 10th prince of the Golden Crow race stood out. He was the youngest and could be said to be full of youthful vigor. He bluntly said, in all kinds of myths and legends, Fusang and the Golden Crow are inseparable. My race even suspects that the ancient Sun Emperor is the ancestor of our Golden Crow race. Ah! Li Tian laughed and looked down with the goddess furnace in his hand. Why don't you say that the founder of the Human King Hall, the founder of the Moon Palace, the ancestor of the Ziwei Divine Dynasty, and the old man of the Eight Visions Palace are all incarnations of your ancestor? Who exactly was the owner of the Fusang Divine Tree? This caused everyone here to be on their guard. All the major powers wanted to snatch it, but everyone knew that no single race would be able to monopolize it. Everyone could only divide it among themselves. In the end, it was only a matter of how much they could obtain. They were acting tough now so that they could obtain more in the future. I think we can talk about this later. The Crown Prince of the Golden Crow race spoke. He was very calm and was over 50 years old. His golden hair draped over his shoulders. He was an old Daoist priest. That's right. Now, everyone, please watch from the sidelines. Let us deal with the greatest enemy of our race first. The second prince of the Golden Crow race nodded as he stared at Yi Fan. If you guys want to kill me, walk over here first. Yi Fan turned his head and spoke. At this moment, he had already arrived before the green-robed old man. Everyone was greatly shocked. The stone coffin laid there horizontally. Some people tried to use their holy weapons to attack but were all blocked. Yi Fan was fearless. Naturally, it was because of the rusted copper. The two ancient swords seemed to have sensed the abnormality of this place and didn't fly into his sea of reincarnation. The stone coffin was terrifying. Every strand of energy seeping out was enough to destroy a peerless character. It was quietly displayed just like that, incomparably mysterious. Everyone, it's time to attack. Someone from the Golden Crow race shouted. They had a bad feeling about this. Yi Fan had actually approached the green-robed old man without fear of the terrifying pressure. This was not a good sign. The others were also astonished. Yi Fan arrived before the tree and allowed the essence of the sun to pour over him. He was unharmed at all since the two pieces of bronze had helped him block the attack. Lay down the formation patterns and kill him here. The Crown Prince shouted. Although he was over 50 years old, he still possessed an incomparable sharpness. His Daoist robes fluttered in the wind while his golden hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were extremely cold. Boom! Apart from Luya, the other 8 princes all stood in specific positions. Mysterious patterns extended out from under their feet, shaking the heaven and earth. What? This is the ancient divine formation of the Golden Crow race. Each of the 8 golden crows held an ancient formation flag. It was the work of a saint. They wanted to kill him without giving Yi Fan any chance. At the same time, they were planning and taking action to seize the divine tree. They actually laid down these divine runes. This is an archaic killing formation. Even a supreme divine monarch would have a grievance after being trapped inside. Everyone was frightened. This was the Golden Crow race's sect-guarding formation. It had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought that it would be laid down for Yi Fan? Boom! An ocean-like power surged violently. Black clouds roiled and demonic clouds filled the sky, drowning this place in an instant. The 8 banners were as black as ink. They were like 8 archaic demonic gods. They were incomparably terrifying as they towered there with a might capable of traversing 3,000 worlds. In the blink of an eye, this archaic killing formation emitted a terrifying radiance. A golden figure appeared and stood proudly in the sky devouring black clouds. He was incomparably tall and towered above the demonic clouds. His eyes shot out several dozen li of golden light as he blinked. That's the Golden Crow race's great sage. This archaic killing formation is too terrifying. It actually summoned the Golden Crow race's great sage's avatar. A terrifying aura was released, causing many people in Tang Valley to collapse on the spot. They couldn't stand it all. That kind of wild and untamed might, as if he was the only supreme existence in the world, made everyone tremble in fear. Only the great powers with holy weapons could maintain their calm and not go limp. The others couldn't move. What is the Golden Crow race trying to do? Everyone was extremely shocked. Was it to deal with a single Yi Fan? This was truly making a big fuss over a minor issue. This was the Golden Crow race's sect-guarding divine formation. It was enough to kill a supreme divine monarch. This wasn't some imitated ancient banner, but the true archaic killing formation's original banner. It was actually laid down here today. The Golden Crow race wants to swallow the propping mulberry divine tree alone. Someone shouted. Li Tian and Yen Ishi expressed their stance with their actions. They were the first to take action, taking out their goddess furnace and blasting it forward. Everyone, I can assure you that this is only to kill Yi Fan. Please wait and see. Lu Ye spoke at the right time. He took out the Blackwing Golden Centipede, and the two old golden crows behind him also helped to resist the goddess furnace. Originally, the others wanted to take action, but now they stopped. Boom! In the sky, dark clouds rolled and demonic mist filled the sky. The world was pitch black as if it was the archaic era. A golden figure stood in the clouds with terrifying eyes that were even more dazzling than the sun. He had already taken action. He took a step forward and wanted to suppress Yi Fan to death. The world-defying might he released shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yi Fan wasn't surprised. He stood calmly in front of the one-armed old man without a trace of fear. He secretly transmitted his voice to I Qinggu. If I return the moon tower to you, can you cooperate with the goddess furnace to kill the Golden Crow race's 10th prince and elder in one attack? That's impossible. The Blackwing Golden Centipede is a divine weapon. That archaic killing formation is even more terrifying. I Qinggu was like a fairy under the divine moon. Then forget it, Yi Fan said. Who am I, who am I? The one-armed old man asked himself. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He suddenly raised his head and hugged the stone coffin. The Golden Crow war god in the sky was covered in flowing light. He stood in the dark clouds and suppressed the 9 heavens. However, when facing the divine consciousness and the stone coffin, he became incomparably solemn and didn't move forward. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I am the sole ruler. I sweep through the 3,000 worlds and reverse the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Sun Saint Emperor. The one-armed old man said slowly while hugging the stone coffin. At this moment, it was as if the 3 worlds and 6 paths of reincarnation were shaken. The vast black North Sea's waves struck the sky and all the clouds collapsed. Chapter 722. The one-armed old man's green robes fluttered in the wind. Although he was neither heroic nor vigorous, at this time, there was a kind of matchless elegance that could suppress 3,000 worlds and transcend the ages. In Tang Valley, divine radiance rushed into the heavens. Once the seal was lifted, the entire island seemed to have come back to life. Its aura surged like a bowl, causing the stars to move and the 10,000 worlds to shake. The green-clothed old man stood under the divine tree. The ancient Fusong tree rustled as if it was crying for him. The tree swayed with golden light that fell on his body. If it was anyone else, they would have turned into ashes, but the old man was bathed in it, appearing even more divine. The ancient Sun Emperor. An unexpected identity, a title that could crush the ancient heavens, a great emperor of the human race. Many people were trembling involuntarily. They kowtowed in worship, unable to control themselves at all. This was a fear that came from the soul. Thump, thump, On the island, the sound of people kneeling rose and fell as they trembled. The ancient emperor was too far away from the future, yet he could still reappear in the world. This was a miracle. Yi Fan was already mentally prepared, but he still couldn't help but be surprised. He met this person on another ancient star, and it really was a great emperor of the human race. After death, his will didn't disappear and wanted to return to his homeland. The Golden Crow race's ancient killing formation was originally targeted at Yi Fan, but it also trapped the ancient Sun Emperor inside. Dark clouds rolled and black mist overflowed into the sky. A golden great sage appeared there. The green-clothed old man's divine might was awe-inspiring. His eyes shot out two beams of golden light that cut open the sky in an instant. It was incomparably gorgeous and terrifying, as if it could cut down the stars in outer space. Clang, clang, 8 sounds shook the world. His gaze cut down the 8 banners from the hands of the Golden Crow race's great sage. The banners fluttered and fell into the dust. This method shocked the world. A ray of light destroyed the Golden Crow race's sect-guarding divine formation. It could be said that it was unprecedented and incomparable. Everyone was stunned. All of this was too unreal. How could a person be so powerful? He didn't make a move, but a ray of light swept across the ages. It really is the Sun Saint Emperor. Everyone in the Tang Valley was trembling. Only an ancient emperor could have such a divine ability, even if he was only left with a strand of his divine sense. The hearts of the people of the Golden Crow clan were almost shattered. That was a formation flag made by the great sage, a priceless divine object. Just like the divine weapon, the black-winged flowing gold centipede, it was the most precious treasure of the Golden Crow clan. Their hearts ached to death. The faces of the Golden Crow race's 8 crown princes were snow-white, and they even felt like dying. This was equivalent to destroying their foundation. He was without a doubt an ancient emperor of the human race. Throughout the ages, only a handful of people could do this. The green-robed old man did not continue attacking. As he bathed in the golden light from the propping mulberry tree, he became absent-minded. He looked at the sky and the ground, his eyes filled with boundless vicissitudes. No one spoke. The Tang Valley was very quiet. Only the sound of the golden leaves fluttering in the wind and the undulating sound of the distant black ocean could be heard. Suddenly, the green-clothed old man's body shook. Ripples spread out from his body, turning into a black light that revolved around him like a black sun. This was a strange transformation. It wasn't the legendary Sun Saint force, but rather a pitch-black darkness. He had turned into a black sun. Be careful, this is the will of a deity. Someone was very calm. He secretly transmitted his voice, reminding everyone. These words made many people's hair stand on end. This thing was too evil. According to the legends, it was terrifying to the extreme and could even restrain the saints of the human race. The will of a deity was said to be formed from the evil will of a dead deity. Just how powerful was the ancient Sun Emperor? He also produced this kind of thing that was comparable to a deity. In the past, the Sun Saint Emperor looked down on the ages, brave and benevolent. The more he was like this, the more evil his divine will was. Someone warned loudly. Everyone's hair stood on end. This creature was formed from a strand of evil will. It was far from being comparable to the great ancient emperors, but it was still comparable to saints. Boom! Luya rushed forward with the black-winged golden centipede in hand. Daoist Sankei followed up with the longevity halberd. Taiyin deity and a few other experts also pressed down with their sacred weapons. Below, the 8 crown princes of the Golden Crow race felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. They picked up the 8 broken banners and quickly retreated. The people from the Human King Hall, Ziwei Divine Dynasty, and the other great powers also retreated, staying far away from the Fusang Divine Tree. No one dared to surround it again. The few people with sacred weapons also hurriedly retreated. They didn't want to attack the divine will, but only wanted to support their own people as they retreated. Under the Fusang Divine Tree, the green-clothed old man was surrounded by a black halo. It was filled with a demonic power that overlooked the common people. It was as if his roar could shatter the ages. He hugged the stone coffin. Only Yi Fan stood in front of him. The others all retreated far away, trembling with fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. This wasn't the ancient Sun Emperor. This was the awakening of his evil will. In an instant, the entire Black Sea trembled and extended towards the continent. A completely opposite power. It was originally a golden sun, but now it has turned into a black sun. Everyone's hearts pounded. No one dared to act recklessly, and they were all watching nervously. Suddenly, in the center of this black sun, the eyes of the one-armed old man shot out two beams of black light. It was as if he was startled by something. He turned around abruptly and stared at Yi Fan. To be more precise, he stared at the two pieces of old bronze that were mottled with rust on Yi Fan's shoulders. The black light in his eyes didn't blink at all. It's broken." He seemed to be very shocked and almost petrified. He stood there motionlessly for a very long time like a clay sculpture. The green-clothed old man stood there silently for a long time. The black sun around his body slowly dimmed, and the black halo gradually disappeared. His eyes also became clear. "I'm not the Sun Saint Emperor. I'm just a wisp of his evil will, not even 1/10,000th of his power." He lowered his head and muttered to himself. He understood his past and present life, and he knew the past. The Fusang divine tree sprinkled down divine light, baptizing his evil body and gradually making him brighter. A golden halo circled around his body. It was very different from before, and there was finally a trace of the human ancient emperor's aura. His mind gradually became clear, and the evil would no longer be evil. The deity's eyes became clear as he stared at the two pieces of green bronze. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and he didn't say anything. Finally, he stood in front of Fusang and placed the stone coffin on the ground. He slowly pushed the coffin open and looked inside. Boom! The ancient emperor's aura rushed out, causing the entire ocean to surge and scatter all the clouds in the sky. This was an indescribable aura. Strands of it pierced through the past, present, and future, suppressing the 3,000 worlds and reversing the 6 paths of reincarnation. Everyone knelt down. Even though Yi Fan had old bronze's protection, he couldn't help but feel suffocated. His heart palpitated and he almost fell backward. The Saint Emperor has passed away, and his corpse has disappeared. Who touched him? The deity muttered in shock. At this moment, only Yi Fan had the chance to look into the stone coffin. The others were trembling and prostrating on the ground. There was no corpse of the human ancient emperor in the coffin. There was only a piece of human skin that emitted a dazzling golden light like the sun. All the terrifying fluctuations originated from it. There were a few drops of golden blood on it, as if it had just been peeled off not long ago. Where did the human Saint Emperor's corpse go? Why was there only a piece of skin left? Yi Fan was shaken. He immediately thought of the undying heavenly emperor. When he opened his coffin, he only saw a piece of skin. The undying heavenly emperor and the Sun Saint Emperor were supreme beings of the ancient era. They surpassed the gods, and only they had the will of a deity. Why was it like this? Why were their remains like this after they passed away? They were too similar, and they almost walked the same path. The green-robed old man kowtowed to the coffin with incomparable sincerity. After a long time, he stood up and closed the coffin. He turned to Yi Fan and said, "I could have given you the Fusang divine tree, but now I can't. I can only give you a divine branch that is 10 feet long." Clang. The Fusang divine tree dropped a golden branch that was over 10 feet long. It was covered in golden leaves that were so dazzling that it was impossible to look straight at it. In the distance, the eyes of many people turned red. Their blood vessels surged and they were incomparably moved. They wanted nothing more than to rush over, but no one dared to act recklessly. Yi Fan sacrificed the cauldron and collected the golden branch. This was the most foundational item. It contained the essence of extreme yang flames and was an unmatched divine object. It was hard to obtain even a single leaf with millions and millions of gold. The green-robed old man's body became faint. Before disappearing, he arrived in front of Yi Fan and extended a finger to carve characters on the space between his brows. Each stroke was extremely slow. No more, no less. A total of 9 ancient characters were engraved on his immortal platform. Every single one of them was sparkling and translucent, eternal and undying. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was incomparably moved. These were emperor's characters, characters that only ancient great emperors understood. There were also 9 ancient characters in the Tao scriptures. He had studied them for more than 10 years but still hadn't completely understood them. Senior, please carve a few more characters. I will help you carry them forward and illuminate the 3,000 worlds. Yi Fan's skin was extremely thick as he spoke. 9 characters are enough. The Tao needs to be walked by oneself. The green-robed old man was as calm as an ancient well. In the end, he hugged the stone coffin and sat cross-legged under the fusang tree. Prove the Tao here, bury your bones here. Fate rises and falls, everything is gone. The green-robed old man began to transform into the Tao. His body slowly became faint and gradually disappeared. Everyone knew that the last strand of evil left behind by the human race's sacred emperor was about to disappear. Only the undying fusang tree remained in this world. This made people sigh. The great Tao was emotionless. Even the ancient great emperors were merely dust in history. Boom! A violent tremor rang out. The entire island began to sink as the black ocean surged over. The Tang Valley is about to disappear. People cried out in alarm as they flew into the sky. There were also some who rushed towards the undying tree. However, the ancient coffin lay in disarray and they couldn't approach it at all. Moreover, the golden divine tree was also surging with terrifying saint energy. Yi Fan discovered that he was stuck in front of the divine tree. He sank together with the ancient coffin and disappeared into the depths of the northern sea. The eye of the sea, it's the eye of the northern sea. Many people were alarmed. A huge black hole appeared in the sea and swallowed the Tang Valley, sinking it into eternal darkness. Even the golden fusang tree could only emit a weak light from within. No one dared to follow. Legend had it that the eye of the northern sea could devour heaven and earth and refine gods and devils. It was a place where the ancient great emperors suppressed those who had committed great crimes. Bastard Yi, why aren't you running? Li Tian shouted. I want to run, but I can't move. Yi Fan smiled helplessly in the darkness. If anything happened to Yi Fan, Yi Qingwu would also be implicated. She frowned slightly as the red mole between her brows glowed with multicolored light. She was like a divine moon, incomparably pure and holy. I won't die. Be a good goddess and wait for my return, Yi Fan said. Boom! With a final sound, the Tang Valley completely sank into the eye of the sea and disappeared from this world. In the darkness, a golden divine tree took root on the stone coffin and flowed with a holy light. Not far away, Yi Fan sat cross-legged and silently cultivated. He comprehended what he had learned and refined that golden branch. Is this the eye of the northern sea? The place where the ancient great emperors suppressed those who had committed great crimes. Chapter 723. Ta, ta. In the darkness, only the echoes of Yi Fan's footsteps could be heard. Stepping on the cold and hard ground, the sound of his footsteps traveling far and wide. There was nothing else. There was no life, no light. This was a spacious land of death. Not even a blade of grass grew, and all life was extinguished. There was only darkness and coldness. The forbidden land where the great ancient emperors banished the great evils was filled with the unknown and strange. This was the eye of the sea, as deep as a great abyss. There was no water, nor was there a black ocean flowing backwards. There was only a deathly silence. This place was very cold and dry. Yi Fan walked for dozens of miles, but he still couldn't reach the end. Along the way, he finally saw something special, a few pieces of bones. The bones of saints. The world had changed a long time ago. In the present age, it was almost impossible for ancient saints to appear. Even if there would only be 1 or 2. Their bones, blood, skin, and flesh were all immortal divine objects that could be refined into holy weapons. However, although the bones on the ground were incomparably hard and indestructible, there was no fluctuation of holy power. They had long since lost the divine nature they should have. Has it been too long? Before long, he saw a piece of human skin. It was wrinkled and had no luster. The few drops of blood on it were no different from ordinary blood. Yes, legend has it that this place can devour the heaven and earth and refine gods. That is why the great ancient emperors chose to use it to banish criminals. Even the blood essence of saints can be exhausted. Yi Fan walked for more than 100 miles and discovered a terrifying fact. After being locked in, it seemed that it would be very difficult to get out. More than 10 saints seemed to have self-detonated in an attempt to open a path, but none of them succeeded. The will of the human race's Saint Emperor gave me a fortune, but in the end, he locked me in the land of exile. He was uncertain. Could he still get out? This place had a circumference of less than 200 miles. Yi Fan had already walked to the end. There was only primal chaos lingering all around, and he couldn't get any closer. Yi Fan finally found a few undamaged bones. 2 belonged to the human race, and the other 5 belonged to the alien race. He had never seen or heard of them before. Great Sage, it's actually 7 Great Sage Fellows. Those are matchless figures at the peak of endless time, yet they were actually exiled here. If the shattered bones he saw earlier were added, there were at least 30 saints that had been exiled in this place. It was indeed astonishing. If news of this got out, it would be enough to shake this ancient star domain. This was a cage that could suppress a saint and could not be broken through the ages. Yi Fan searched for a long time but still couldn't find a way out. Instead, he felt as if all the essence qi in his body was about to evaporate and leak out rapidly. As expected, the Eye of the North Sea can refine gods and devils and devour heaven and earth. These saints have all been exhausted to death here. He thought of his own fate. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to escape. There were wisps of mist everywhere. It was an expanse of primal chaos with no way out. This spacious land of darkness was like the inside of a pot, and its shape was more or less the same. Yi Fan retraced his steps. The Fusang divine tree was like a bright lamp in the center. The golden light from the tree was like a sun. Only by returning to this place could his essence qi stop flowing away. Everything was because the immortal divine tree had taken root here. However, Yi Fan couldn't approach because the stone coffins were lying in disarray and the aura was terrifying. At this time, the 2 pieces of old bronze had returned to his sea of reincarnation. There was no other way but to continue cultivating. Yi Fan held the 3-meter-long divine tree branch in his hand and sat cross-legged on the ground, cultivating in silence. In the center of his brows, 9 ancient characters appeared one by one and each blossomed with a divine halo. The 9 halos revolved around him like the god of the central everlasting land. Yi Fan believed that the divine will of the human Saint Emperor wouldn't really want to exile him here. He should be able to find some clues by studying the 9 ancient characters left behind. Time passed very quickly. Yi Fan cultivated in silence. His entire body was submerged in golden light and the branch in his hand had become somewhat shorter. Some of the leaves had disappeared. 7 months later, he welcomed his first heavenly tribulation. The scene was extremely shocking. He didn't avoid it because he fell into the eye of the northern sea. The human-shaped lightning, heavenly palace lightning, and ancient watchtower all descended at the same time. The heavenly punishment vanished and everything became silent. Only Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the divine halo and shone with the Fusang divine tree not far away. His entire body seemed to be carved out of jade. Comprehending the Tao. Cultivating. His heart was free of distracting thoughts and he forgot about everything else. Only by wandering and advancing in the Tao realm could he understand his own existence and silently comprehend it. This was the only thing he could do at the moment. Just like that, time flowed slowly like water. Yi Fan was like a boulder that didn't move at all. The divine tree branch in his hand grew dimmer and dimmer. All the golden leaves on the tree were about to fall off. Strand after strand of the origin saint energy of the sun was absorbed into his body. This divine tree branch was almost completely absorbed by him. During these 4 years, the golden divine tree branch shrunk in size and finally vanished from his hand. His body was like divine gold, shining resplendently. And during this process, Yi Fan experienced many heavenly tribulations. He climbed the 9 minor steps of the second-level Immortal Foundation step by step. One couldn't help but say that he was extremely talented in the path of cultivation. It was hard for him to break through bottlenecks. During these 2 years, he cultivated the saint energy of the sun and also the essence of extreme yin, harmonizing them with the great Tao of Taiji. Although he encountered many calamities, he passed through them safely. Great yin and great yang, whichever was stronger, yin and yang were the same. From ancient times until now, there were some great sage who cultivated like this. But eventually, they all walked on the path of no return, dying, leaving behind only hatred. Yi Fan was at the second level of Immortal Foundation and naturally couldn't be compared to those great sage. Right now, he could cultivate both, but it didn't mean that he could continue on his path of cultivation. Right now, he was using the great Tao of Taiji to merge with the great Tao. During these 4 years, Yi Fan had been researching the 8 forbidden domains, comprehending the Tao with great difficulty. Occasionally, he would have a novel experience, breaking through to the 8th boundary. However, during these 4 years, he only experienced it 8 times. That feeling was too marvelous. He could use the secret word, all, to increase his combat prowess by 10 times, surpassing the 8th boundary. In an instant, he felt as though he was ascending. All the pores on his body opened up as though he was receiving a baptism from a divinity. But every time, he would return to the mortal realm, unable to maintain this state for long. It said that only by entering the 8 forbidden domains would one have a chance to experience the boundless mysteries of the forbidden domain of myriad ancient gods. However, one would never be able to step into it. He recalled the words of I Ching Wu. That was a divine forbidden domain. As long as one was human, they would never be able to come into contact with it. Only those who entered the 8 forbidden domains would have a chance to experience it. Yin Tianda once had a similar feeling. When he was lonely, he would cultivate. When he was free, he would recite Tao scriptures. This was the life of Yi Fan. He was trapped alone in the land where the sages exiled him. Loneliness was his companion, darkness was his friend. There was no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. There was no love or death. He could only cultivate alone, forgetting everything in the world. There was nothing else he could do. Heavenly talent, are you referring to me? Yi Fan once again awoke from his state of Tao comprehension. He spoke to himself like this. It wasn't because he was narcissistic or arrogant. Rather, he was calmly stating the truth. During these 4 years, he climbed up step by step from the first minor step of the second-level heavenly foundation all the way to the 8th minor step. Everything was so natural. Every time a shackle appeared, his will would be like his 6 paths reincarnation fist intent, pressing forward with an indomitable will, shattering it with a single strike. Immortals slay the Tao 3 times. Is this saying true? Yi Fan asked himself. He thought back to the laments of some saint lords, as well as the bitter experiences of many living fossils. Some outstanding geniuses from the second-level heavenly foundation were stuck at the 8th minor step. A small portion of them were stuck at the 9th minor step. And just like that, they were trapped for 2,000 years. In the current era, regardless of the northern Dipper Star region or the Ziwei ancient starfield, there was no lack of second-level Immortal Foundation sect leaders. However, third-level Immortal Foundation characters were rarely seen. This was the Immortals slaying the Tao 3 times. If not, why would there be old saint lords who entered the 7 forbidden grounds to search for undying divine medicines to prolong their lives? This was because they were too unwilling to accept this. They had cultivated for their entire lives and had reached the peak of the second-level Immortal Foundation when they were young. Yet, they were trapped here for 3,000 years. Clearly, they had already taken a step forward, yet they had no way to reach the ground. Not being able to enter the 3rd level was the greatest regret of their lives. When one was lonely, they would read the Southern Splendor. When they were free, they would recite the Yellow Court. After cultivating for 4 years, Yi Fan started to change. He tried his best to recall the ancient records on the other side of the starry space, using them to pass the time. I climbed step by step and finally reached the 8th minor step of the second-level Immortal Foundation. Sadly, I can't extricate myself from this. Yi Fan didn't give up. He believed that the will of the sacred emperor wouldn't allow him to die here. Hence, he spent his days studying the 9 ancient characters. Bzi. And today, Yi Fan imprinted the 9 ancient characters on his body. After that, he inscribed them in the air, and as he did so, a crack actually appeared in the void. Yi Fan's heart stirred. He inscribed the 9 ancient characters again and again, splitting them into different combinations. From afar, the undying tree seemed to have sensed something. It shone with a golden divine light as the golden leaves on the tree rustled. At the same time, the stone coffin also emanated an indescribable aura. The eye of the North Sea was no longer stable and started to tremble violently. Huge waves rose up into the sky, and some of the patrolling greater demons were instantly knocked over. As expected, the 9 ancient characters left behind by the sacred Sun Emperor can break the restriction. Yi Fan guarded his Dao heart, concentrating his energy and spirit. He was incomparably focused, using his heart to inscribe the 9 ancient characters, forming a mysterious Dao mark. Boom! The eye of the North Sea opened wide, and at this moment, Yi Fan moved. With no hesitation, he soared up into the sky. The bottomless abyss below was getting further and further away. He instantly dove into the Black Sea, using the Row incantation to break through the waves and escape. Yi Fan was like a golden bolt of lightning, soaring up into the sky. He stood between the clouds with extreme speed. Some of the greater demons below were bewildered. The black waves of the North Sea towered up into the sky, as though a world-shocking primordial beast had awakened, churning and churning. However, it soon calmed down and the sea returned to normal. Did you guys see it? I think I just saw the eye of the North Sea appear. Impossible. The eye of the North Sea is a place where the ancient emperors banish criminals. How can someone open it? I must have seen wrongly. There's no mistake. I just saw a golden bolt of lightning rushing out. Do you guys think it's that person who disappeared with the Valley of Tang 4 years ago? This was a group of demons with very powerful cultivation. There were great demons of the sea, and there were also those on land. The Valley of Tang's appearance and disappearance had shaken this star field, and all the major powers had left people here to guard it. If it's really that person who rushed out, there will most likely be great waves. That's a ruthless fellow. That's not necessarily true. The master of the 8 Visions Temple is unparalleled in the world. Now, who can rival him? Goddess Yi Qingwu is peerless in her generation. She has improved by leaps and bounds in these 4 years, and even broke through to the 8 restrictions. Who can rival her? The 9 princes of the Golden Crow race are all extremely valiant. Now, not many can rival Luya. Daoist Sankei and the Taiyin Godchild are both geniuses. It's said that the Longevity Temple and the Human King Hall are exchanging immortal scriptures. Chapter 724. 4 years was not a long time, but many things had happened during that time. Yi Fan walked in the sea, met many demon and human cultivators, and learned a lot of things from their mouths. In fact, these 4 years could be said to be a stormy sea, among which there were immortal inheritances destroyed in the present age. The Sun God sect, ever since the ancient scriptures were lost, has finally come to an end. In the past, the most powerful cultivation divine dynasty of the human race was gone just like that. I heard that their destruction had the shadow of the Golden Crow clan. Yi Fan was shocked hearing this news on the sea was really a bit dazed. The ancient Sun God sect, the oldest sect of the human race, one of the origins of cultivation, declined day by day, and finally ended today. This could be said to be a kind of irony. In the era of the Sun Saint Emperor's reappearance and the return of the corpses, this dying ancient sect suddenly collapsed. In the past, the number 1 holy land that all the ancient people worshipped disappeared just like that. It was said that the bloodline of the ancient Sun Emperor was only left with a child, and after the fall of the sect, his whereabouts were unknown. Is what you said true? Yi Fan stepped forward and asked. Of course, it's a pity that the ancient Sun God sect was destroyed just like that. Back then, the ancient Saint Emperor created all kinds of strange treasures and passed them on to the human race, but he didn't want his descendants to be unable to protect them. What a pity, If the ancient emperor knew, he would also be speechless and face it in silence. How disappointing. This was definitely done by the Golden Crow race, but not a single human race great sect went to protect them. They are truly sweeping away the snow in front of their own door. The ancient sun god sect disappeared, and the shadow of the Golden Crow clan was among them. Almost everyone knew that it was them who led all of this. Why did the Golden Crow clan do this? Yi Fan asked. For years ago, they suffered a great loss in the Tang Valley, and I don't know where they got the news that the ancient sun god scripture was not lost, so they massacred this declining ancient sect. In the Battle of the Tang Valley, the formation flags left by the great sage of the Golden Crow clan were all broken, which made the clan almost go crazy. That was their foundation. They thought of every possible way to increase their strength and make up for their shortcomings. The immemorial ancient scripture naturally became one of their choices. For them who were born with fire bodies, it was a holy book. I'm guessing that the Golden Crow clan is also doing this for revenge. After all, it was the Saint Emperor of the human clan who destroyed their saint treasure, so they're venting their anger on his descendants. What a pity! After the death of the Saint Emperor, his descendants ended up like this. When Yi Fan heard this, he was moved and also very angry. The descendant of the human race's first-generation holy emperor couldn't even protect the last bloodline? If there was a great evil that was wiped out, then that was one thing. However, they were bullied and humiliated to this extent, rising up for the sake of seizing their ancient scriptures. It might even be revenge. This was truly a type of sorrow. All of this also proved that there was no such thing as an immortal divine dynasty, and there was no such thing as an everlasting legacy. Everything would come to an end one day. Even the ancient emperors themselves couldn't achieve this, not to mention everything they left behind. It's a pity for that child. I don't know if he can escape. It is said that he is the only person left in the ancient sun sect, and also the only bloodline of the Saint Emperor in this world. It is said that he has gone out to sea. Maybe he's in this sea region. When Yi Fan heard this, his heart was very heavy. After asking carefully, he disappeared into the sea. Look, doesn't that person look a little familiar? Why do I feel that he is a little similar to the person who caused such an uproar 4 years ago? You mean he is the person who killed the Golden Crow 9th Prince and the younger brother of the Eight Visions Temple Master 4 years ago? He really looks like him. Didn't they say that he and the Valley of Tang fell into the eye of the North Sea forever? That is the place where the ancient emperors banished people who have committed great crimes. No one has ever escaped from it. Could it be that he can reappear in the world? It can't be wrong. Wasn't there news half a month ago that there was a strange movement in the eye of the North Sea, and a golden lightning rushed out? It's hard to say that it's not him. Heavens, he escaped from the cage of the ancient saints. This is too unbelievable. If it's true, then there will be a big storm. The North Sea was really too vast. It was countless times vaster than the boundless continent. If Yi Fan wanted to escape, he didn't know how many years it would take him to fly. Fortunately, he remembered the paths from 4 years ago. Back then, when he was searching for the Valley of Tang, people entered the ocean through the Realm Gate. Along the way, there were some ancient islands engraved with formation runes and sacrificial altars. Half a month later, Yi Fan still appeared in the Black Ocean. He used the formation runes left on the ancient islands to cross the wrong path, but in the end, he still came to the continent. During this period, he constantly inquired and obtained inaccurate information. The only surviving bloodline of the ancient Sun sect was protected by an old servant and escaped into the sea. The North Sea was not peaceful these days. Many experts appeared, rushing to the eye of the sea to find out the truth. The Golden Crow tribe. In the Black Ocean, a divine light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He saw a dozen golden crows flying over the surface of the sea. He walked on the waves. The Black Ocean was very calm, vast, and boundless. He looked up at the sky and said, "People of the Golden Crow tribe, what are you looking for?" At this time, the wind and waves were calm. His voice was like thunder, spreading far and wide in the vast Black Ocean, causing the waves to beat the clouds. Why does this person look so familiar? Where have I seen him before? He's that person from 4 years ago. How is this possible? He escaped from the eye of the North Sea. That's right, it's him. Back then, he killed the 9th prince. In the sky, thousands of golden divine feathers shot down. These people all had a cold glint in their eyes. There were even a few golden crows that wanted to escape and report. Yi Fan stood on the sea with his hands clasped behind his back. He let out a loud roar. Immediately, it was as if the world was going to be destroyed. The rolling sound waves pierced the vast sky for thousands of miles. This vast ocean was about to be overturned. In the sky, more than 10 experts of the Golden Crow tribe collapsed one after another. Under the roar of Yi Fan, their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Not even a broken bone was left. He only left one person behind to explore his sea of consciousness. He learned that the child from the ancient Sun sect had really gone out to sea and was brought out by an old servant. The Golden Crow tribe sent out a large number of experts. 6 or 7 of the 9 princes came, and even some elders personally came out to chase after him. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that something was wrong. He was only a child from a declining ancient sect. How could he attract so many people from the Golden Crow tribe? There was definitely something strange. He received the favor of the green-clothed old man, obtained the 9 words of the ancient Sun Emperor, and also refined the Fusang branch. How could he not care about all of this? Even if he disregarded these, the last bit of the bloodline of the human race's Saint Emperor should not be extinguished like this. This was because he was not evil, and his ancestors had immeasurable merits for the human race. According to the information he obtained, Yi Fan chased in one direction at an extremely fast speed. He was afraid that if he was late he would regret it. 2 days later, Yi Fan met another 9 experts of the Golden Crow tribe. Among them, there was an old golden crow who was actually a terrifying powerhouse. He was a figure of the elder level. It's him. It's the one called Yi Fan from 4 years ago. Someone shouted. That old golden crow learned of this. He opened his mouth and spat out an ancient golden mirror. He flipped it over and shone it towards Yi Fan. Boom! This was a strand of sun essence fire. It drew the essence energy from all directions and triggered the scorching sun in the sky. All of it was focused on the ancient mirror and turned into a divine light that shone towards Yi Fan. You guys really can't forget about me. Yi Fan ascended to the sky. He was fearless in the face of this divine light and blasted out a fist. Crack! The ancient golden mirror shattered into a dozen pieces and fell from the sky. The elder of the Golden Crow tribe was quite ruthless. With a shake of his body, he turned into a golden sun and flew over, colliding with Chu Feng. Yi Fan was unmoved. He didn't fear the Sun Saint force at all. He faced the sun essence fire head-on and made his move at the crucial moment. With a pop sound, he bare-handedly tore apart that golden sun. A miserable scream rang out. This powerful golden crow was torn apart. An elder was killed by Yi Fan just like that. Not long after, Yi Fan left the sea region. This time, he clearly knew where the last of the Sun Saint Emperor's bloodline had escaped to. He quickly chased after it. Fortunately, there was a loyal old servant protecting me. Otherwise, the last of the human Saint Emperor's bloodline would have disappeared. 4 days later, Yi Fan finally saw that child in a Black Sea region, as well as the old servant who was covered in blood. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to survive for much longer. In addition, there were also over 100 experts of the Golden Crow tribe, including a few princes and elders. This was a haggard and weak child. His young body was almost smashed to pieces by an expert of the Golden Crow tribe, and in these 2 years he almost died from this illness. The clothes on his body were tattered, and his little face was dirty. However, his eyes were clear. In addition, it was as if there was a sun within his body, making his thin and weak body shine. Yi Fan finally knew why the Golden Crow tribe had to chase after this child. After receiving such a heavy injury, even a supreme expert would have died, yet this child survived. This child's constitution was special. He was like the reincarnation of a golden sun, and every inch of his flesh was emitting divine light. He was very similar to the Sun Saint Emperor from the archaic era. The Golden Crow tribe was scared. If this child's body was nurtured well, and he really had the ancient sun scripture on him, then even if he didn't become the second Saint Emperor, he would still become an immeasurable Dao fruit. Moreover, the Golden Crow tribe believed that the appearance of the ancient sun scripture was closely related to this child. This was what they urgently wanted to obtain, and in order to eliminate the roots and obtain the ancient scripture, they didn't hesitate to send out a large number of experts. On the side, the old servant was already at his last gasp. All of the bones in his body were broken, and he weakly leaned against a reef. Bloody foam gushed out from his mouth, and his pair of old eyes became more and more turbid. This child cried out in grief and hugged the old servant tightly. With a tender voice, he cried, "Uncle Jiang, don't leave me. Tong Tong doesn't have any relatives, only you." Cough. The old servant coughed out blood and lovingly rubbed the head of this weak child. His old eyes became dimmer and more turbid as he said, "You are the descendant of the Saint Emperor, the last bloodline. I really can't accept this, I can't protect you." As he spoke, he spat out bloody foam from his mouth. He almost couldn't speak, and his words were unclear. "Uncle Jiang, don't die, we can only rely on each other." The child cried in grief and tightly hugged the old servant's broken arm. "I'm too useless, I can't even protect the last bit of the Saint Emperor's bloodline." The old servant hugged the child with his broken body and lamented towards the sky. His eyes lost their luster, and his life had reached its end. Turbid old tears rolled down his wrinkled face. Hand over the ancient sun scripture. The eighth prince of the Golden Crow tribe stood out. His figure was majestic like a golden demonic god. "Hand over your sister." Yi Fan's hair stood up in anger. He descended from the sky and smashed down with a fist. The eighth prince of the Golden Crow tribe let out a miserable scream. His body broke into pieces, and the fragments flew towards the other clansmen. Chapter 725. Yi Fan descended from the sky and smashed the eighth prince with one punch. His body split into pieces and flew in all directions. Blood splashed onto everyone present. The eighth prince's primordial spirit rushed out and screamed mournfully. The little golden crow that had always been dazzling rushed up to the sky in an attempt to escape this fatal calamity. Puff. However, Yi Fan didn't give him a trace of a chance at all. He was like a demonic god, looking down on the world. A large golden hand reached out, grabbing the primordial spirit on the cloud, crushing it into powder. From now on, the eighth prince's name would forever be erased from this world. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everything happened too fast. The row formula was peerless in this world. Yi Fan descended from the sky and instantly killed the future successor of the Golden Crow tribe. It was as easy and swift as pulling out grass. The eighth crown prince of the Golden Crow race had already killed a supreme being 3 years ago. This was a powerful fiend race outstanding individual, stunning the world. However, it was precisely this demon prodigy who was comparable to a sect master that was crushed like a tile. He was killed in one breath's time. It was truly shocking. Old 8. The people of the Golden Crow clan roared. Beams of golden light pierced through the clouds, connecting the sky and the ground. They surrounded Yi Fan. The death of a Golden Crow prince was of great importance. It was related to their face and inheritance, yet he was killed by a single punch. This was a great enmity that would anger the entire tribe. At the center of the battlefield, Yi Fan was majestic and had no intention of running away. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes were as bright as the stars while his thick black hair danced in the wind. He stood alone in the center of the battlefield and faced everyone. Do you all feel the same anger? Did you experience it when you killed a heavenly king's descendant? Was it not enough to destroy the ancient Sun King's inheritance? You won't even let go of the last bit of his bloodline. Yi Fan faced the experts of the Golden Crow tribe alone like a demonic god. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back without a trace of nervousness. You're truly heaven-defying for killing our divine son. This world can no longer tolerate you. A commander from the Golden Crow tribe shouted with a stern expression while holding the demonic jade saber in his hand. Clang. Yi Fan didn't move. He just stood there with his hands behind his back. However, he circulated the Bing character formula. A terrifying saber hum resounded through the sky. Pooh! The devil's jade blood saber was flipped upside down, and blood spurted several meters into the air. A head flew into the air, its face full of shock and fear, unable to believe what had just happened. Everyone was stunned. The demonic blade turned around and cut open the commander's neck, cutting off his own head. The jade-green saber light dyed the sky and the sea green. It was extremely horrifying. The saber turned into a streak of green light and shot out, nailing the Yuan Shen to death. This place was dead silent. Many people felt their bodies go cold, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on their bodies. This was just too strange and terrifying. At the center of the battlefield, only Yi Fan stood alone. His eyes were clear, his hair light and sparkling. He faced everyone and said, "Even a little commander dares to humiliate me?" It's him. He actually escaped from the eye of the ocean and reappeared in this world. Finally, someone shouted, recognizing Yi Fan's identity. How can this be possible? Once one falls into that prison, they wouldn't be able to come out for eternity. Why did he appear here again? There had never been anyone who could escape from the eye of the North Sea. That was the place where the ancient saints were suppressed. How did he do it? The people of the Golden Crow race were all astonished. Compared to Yi Fan's strength, they were more shocked that he could escape from the eye of the sea and reappear in this world. A beam of golden light arced through the sky, flying towards the reef ahead. There was a supreme expert acting, wanting to capture the only child of the ancient Sun sect. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen because of Yi Fan's appearance. The blue sky was like water, and the black ocean undulated. Yi Fan stood alone in this world. With a single finger, a golden beam of light slashed down, cutting off the path ahead. That person was greatly shocked and hurriedly evaded. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden bridge. This divine bridge connected the void and reached the reef that was about to sink into the water. Other than that, the others also acted to assist him. Right now, the most important thing was to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. They had to seize the last bloodline of the sacred Sun sect first. Po! All of a sudden, Yi Fan roared, emitting a majestic heavenly voice. It was like the beginning of the universe, the origin of everything. He was imitating the word Ho in the six-syllable mantra of Buddhism. Under the control of the battle saint art, it actually contained a heaven-rending Tao energy. Back then, when the 9 secrets clashed against the Buddhist mantra, this divine voice almost caused him to die of hatred. To him, this memory was extremely deep. During these 4 years, he had tried to cultivate all the arts in the CI and naturally, he had also imitated it with the battle saint art. At this moment, Yi Fan roared. His voice was like the rumbling of the universe. Behind him, a gigantic divine statue appeared. However, this statue wasn't that of a Buddha. Instead, it was the figure of a young man. His eyes were deep yet filled with sharpness, like a god or devil standing there. This was none other than him. This wasn't him being narcissistic. Rather, it was because he could learn from nature, but he definitely couldn't worship a single person in his cultivation. This was what he understood during these 4 years. If not, he wouldn't be able to verify his Tao. The legendary 6-syllable ancient voice had the power to split heaven and earth. It was boundlessly profound and supreme. It contained the great power, wisdom, and compassion of the universe. Back then, that Ku Tuchuo had only mastered half a syllable, so the heavenly voice he roared out wasn't complete. Now, Yi Fan's imitation wasn't a pure Buddhist chant either. However, this heavenly voice was truly too grand. The entire universe was resonating with it. Yi Fan had used the battle saint art to endow it with a brand new divine ability. Behind him, that god and devil stood alone and chanted along with him. It was incomparably terrifying, and one could clearly see the golden sound waves sweeping out in all directions. The heaven and earth trembled, the sea surged into the sky, and the universe cracked. The 20 or so people who rushed toward the submerged reef all cracked under this mysterious ancient voice. They instantly turned into dust and no longer existed. As for that almighty golden crow, his golden bridge collapsed at the first moment. His physical body couldn't escape either. Under the heavenly voice derived from the battle's Saint Art, a section of his body was destroyed. Only his upper body was left, and the people behind him worked together to save him. Buddhism's six-syllable mantra, Ma Ma Ni, Pad, Mi Hum, was the supreme sacred art. Those who cultivated it to the highest level could subdue all the deities in the heavens. However, just like the 9 secrets of Taoism, it had long been lost. Only a few of the most ancient sacred temples had each mastered one word. Even if they were combined, it would be difficult to gather them all together. In the distance, all the members of the Golden Crow race were livid. Yi Fan was too powerful. With a soft shout, the majestic heavenly voice could even shatter a mighty figure's body in half. It was truly terrifying. In the present age, there weren't many who dared to oppose the Golden Crow race. Even powerful lineages like the Human King Hall and the Moon Palace didn't want to clash with them. But now, there was someone who dared to do so, and it was only one person at that. Ooh! The young child's sorrowful cries rang out. It was exceptionally mournful. On the reef, this very young child was wearing tattered clothes. During his life as a fugitive, his body had almost been broken. He looked haggard and weak. His big eyes were filled with tears as he hugged the old servant's broken arm. He shook it forcefully and cried, "Uncle Jiang, don't abandon me. Tong Tong wants to live with you. Don't go. I can't see you grow up." Cough. The old servant coughed up blood. His mouth was full of bloody foam, and even his white hair was dyed red. All the bones in his body were broken, and there was no longer any light in his eyes. He could no longer see anything. He stretched out his long deformed arm and caressed the child's little face with his coarse hand. It was as if he couldn't feel at ease. He refused to move his hand away and forced himself not to swallow his last breath. Yi Fan stared at all the people of the Golden Crow race. No one dared to approach. He descended and sent a stream of divine power to the old servant. He wanted to feed him some divine spring water, but he found that he was already powerless. This old servant's physical body and vitality had long been destroyed. There was only one reason why he could survive until now, and that was because he couldn't feel at ease with this child. The Holy Emperor has immeasurable merit to the human race. He has made so many contributions, but even his descendant has been treated like this. I can't accept this. I don't have the ability to protect him. This is the last bit of the Holy Emperor's bloodline. The old servant panted and trembled. 2 streams of turbid old tears rolled down his face. Then he began to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was torn apart. "You can leave in peace. With me here, no one can harm him," Yi Fan said seriously. His voice wasn't loud at first, but it slowly began to reverberate like divine thunder. It rushed into the 9 heavens and descended into the 9 hells. It roiled, shaking the heavens. The entire northern sea was roaring. In the distance, the expressions of everyone from the Golden Crow race changed. Yi Fan's voice was filled with intimidating killing intent. For the sake of this child, he was clearly going to fight to the death. He wanted to unleash a great slaughter. Is this true? The old servant couldn't see anything. He couldn't even speak. He could only lightly move his lips and produce weak gasps for breath. "It's true. As long as I am still alive, no one can harm him," Yi Fan replied with the most concise voice and strength, telling him to feel at ease. This was the best explanation he could give to the old servant. "Thank you. You have to protect him, preserve the last bit of the Holy Emperor's bloodline." The past Holy Emperor had immeasurable kindness towards the human race. You cannot be disappointed. In the end, the old servant's lips became ice cold. Even his indistinct breathing stopped. His primordial spirit shattered and was about to scatter. "Uncle Jiang!" The child cried loudly. He threw himself into the old servant's ice-cold embrace and cried out sorrowfully. Tears blurred his large bright eyes. "Tong Tong misses you. I won't let you leave. I don't have any relatives left. I only want you," he sobbed and continuously shook the old servant's corpse. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single trace of life left. Accumulating yang to form divinity, there is form within the divinity. Form is born from the sun, the sun is born from the moon. Accumulating into form, there is spirit within form. Yi Fan chanted. This was the Daoist scripture of salvation. It formed a mysterious force between heaven and earth. Yi Fan discovered with astonishment that there seemed to be a wisp of light flying out from the old servant's shattered primordial spirit. Under the protection of the scripture of salvation, it tore through the air and disappeared. Is there really such a thing as reincarnation? Yi Fan didn't know. He had never seen such a thing since ancient times. A cultivator's primordial spirit could temporarily seize a flesh shell for its own use, but it would still have its original lifespan. Once it was exhausted, it would still die. It was a completely different matter from reincarnation. Reincarnation was a new beginning. Everything in the past would be erased and a new life would begin. There were legends about it since ancient times, but no one had ever seen it. There was no proof. Uncle Jiang, the child cried out in grief. Tears rolled down continuously. His frail little body trembled as he lay in the ice-cold embrace of the corpse. It was truly unbearable to watch. You killed our divine son and repeatedly violated our Dao. The hatred of our entire clan cannot be resolved. We will kill you all under the heavens. An elder of the Golden Crow race roared. His voice became louder and louder, shaking the vast sky until it collapsed. In the end, the entire northern sea surged with raging waves and was about to drown the heavens and earth. There were over 100 experts of the Golden Crow race here, including several princes. At this moment, they pressed forward together with the elder to kill Yi Fan. Oh, don't go, Tong Tong misses you. Amidst the roars of the crowd, a child's voice was so helpless and weak as he wept sadly. Yi Fan faced the hundreds of Golden Crow race experts alone. His entire body was filled with murderous intent as he said in a cold voice, the hatred of the entire clan. Then who should the descendant of the ancient Sun Emperor complain to? You want to destroy even the last bloodline of the human race's Saint Emperor. This is truly intolerable and intolerable. This hatred, indeed, cannot be resolved, and there is no need to resolve it. Just kill all of you. A murderous atmosphere swept across the northern sea like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. It was incomparably cold and bleak. Chapter 726. 4 years ago, you killed our Golden Crow race's 9th prince and used the goddess furnace to kill our elders. Now, you are declaring war against us. Do you think you alone can stop our entire race? An old Golden Crow stood out with a gloomy expression. This was a Daoist in his 50s. His golden hair draped over his shoulders, and his appearance was lean. His golden eyes were demonic and frightening. He was tall and slender, and he held a golden wooden staff in his hand. It was obvious that his status was very high, and he held an important position in the Golden Crow race. Many people were very respectful to him as he stood at the very front. You see your own pain but not the death of others. When your Golden Crow race annihilated the human race's Saint Emperor's descendant, did you ever think in your shoes? Yi Fan's body emitted a golden mist that rose into the air. It surged like roiling clouds and was accompanied by waves of thunder. He shouted, "Not to mention your race, even if 10 more races come, I will still kill them all." Is that so? This humble Daoist Xian Yi wants to see how powerful you are to dare to speak so arrogantly. The old Daoist walked forward with a golden wooden staff in his hand. He wore a golden crown on his head and a bagua robe on his body. He looked neither happy nor worried, but there was a dangerous aura being emitted from him. His golden hair was scattered behind him as he walked forward step by step in a very steady manner. The Golden Crow race was very special. Their names were very strange, and they were all named according to their preferences. There were even some who obtained some ancient Dao inheritances and wore Daoist robes. Yi Fan was very calm and didn't say much as he walked forward step by step. This was definitely a powerful opponent. After being trapped by the 3 slashes of the immortal Dao, his entire being was like a golden abyss. Clang! A black iron mountain appeared above this Daoist named Xian Yi's head. It was as majestic as Kunlun, and the word Xian was engraved on it. A mist rose and curled around him. He walked forward with a golden wooden staff in his hand. His steps were steady as he stood in the air and whipped downwards. Boom! The black ocean was struck to the bottom in an instant, and a 10,000 zhang wide hole appeared. All of the waves splashed up into the sky and scattered the clouds. The golden wooden staff in Xianyi's hand was like a mountain ridge. It became longer and thicker as it swept downwards with great force. Clang! The sound of a saber resonated through heaven and earth. Yi Fan operated the army formula and pulled the devil's emerald blood saber that had fallen into the sea up. He held it horizontally towards the sky and clashed with the wooden staff. Put! With a flick of his wrist, Daoist Xian slid the golden wooden staff down along the blade and struck towards Yi Fan's hand. At the same time, a golden flame burst out from the staff. This was the extreme yang flame essence that he had refined after cultivating for more than 2,000 years. It could incinerate everything, and even sect master-level figures would be turned into ashes if they came into contact with it. However, Yi Fan didn't seem to care about this at all. His immortal foundation flashed as a crack appeared in the center of his brows, drawing in the golden fire essence and refining it cleanly. Ancient Sun Scripture. He has cultivated the ancient Sun Scripture. Many people from the Golden Crow race cried out. They couldn't forget about this Zongtian art, so they naturally knew all of its characteristics. They all revealed expressions of shock. Boom! The dark iron mountain above Daoist Xian's head was as black as ink. It stood majestically as tens of thousands of beams of black light cascaded down, sweeping over. This was a powerful tearing force. The black light was like waves of water, drowning the saber in Yi Fan's hand. Clang! The devil's saber wailed as it trembled, on the verge of shattering. How strong was Yi Fan? His physique was unparalleled, and it was impossible for others to snatch the weapon from his hand. Ding! The jade-green saber broke into two. One half remained in Yi Fan's hand, while the other half was swept away by the black light and refined into essence gold, sinking into the dark iron mountain. Mystic Magnet Mountain! Yi Fan exclaimed. This was an extremely rare material for weaponsmithing. Just a small piece of it was as heavy as a soybean, and it contained an immortal magnetic force that could naturally subdue weapons made of essence gold. The Golden Crow race had always been extremely prosperous. They had annihilated many human orthodoxies and obtained many inheritances. This was a secret treasure of an ancient sect that had an ancient cultivation art attached to it. Xianwan was an expert who had lived for 2,800 years and had long been stuck at the 9th minor step of the second layer of Immortal Foundation for over 2,000 years. His strength was extremely shocking. But Yi Fan formed a mountain-embracing imprint and blasted it up into the air, colliding violently with the Mystic Magnet Mountain, breaking apart the divine magnetic light and causing it to be flung through the air tens of thousands of meters away. Truly terrifying. Xianwan's expression turned heavy. He had studied the ancient Dao arts of the human race, and his strength was unfathomably deep. Because of the 3 slashes of immortals, he had been trapped here for over 2,000 years. Although his cultivation base didn't improve, he was still researching ways to break through and had even come into contact with the domain of the 7 Forbidden. A living fossil like him, in addition to the domain of the 7 Forbidden, would definitely be able to sweep unhindered through the world. But now, he was actually suppressed by Yi Fan. One could say that his strength was incomparably powerful and was one of the top characters in the Golden Crow race. Few would dare to offend him, and he was an extremely influential elder. Swish! All of a sudden, Yi Fan vanished from the air. This caused everyone to be taken aback. This was simply too bizarre. In the air, a golden bolt of lightning flashed through the air. Yi Fan used the Great Void art and rapidly closed in, slamming down with a giant void palm imprint. This was a gigantic golden palm that resembled a golden cloud. It rumbled downwards, towering over Daoist Xian and his Mystic Magnet Mountain. This was a terrifying pressure, like the 9 heavens crashing down, pressing down on Xianwan, causing his hair to stand on end as his disheveled golden hair fluttered in the wind. Rise! With a light shout, he used the Mystic Magnet Mountain to block the golden palm imprint. The 10,000 beams of divine magnetic light were incomparably terrifying, penetrating through the sky. Yi Fan was astonished. This precious material was indeed heaven-defying. It was simply an unpolished jade. With careful refinement, it would definitely shock the world. His palm turned into a claw and slashed down, still covering the sky. With a bang, he grabbed the mystic magnet mountain and held it firmly in his hand. With a forceful swipe, all the primordial spirits on it were destroyed. From then on, the mountain had changed owners. Then, like a celestial emperor descending to the world, his golden palm grabbed the towering mystic magnet mountain as if he was holding the seal of a celestial emperor and forcefully slammed it down. Daoist Xian's heart trembled. His methods were heaven-defying, and his strength was peerless. He could sweep through the world, but at this moment he was in such a passive position. His body felt cold and was about to collapse. With a light whistle, he turned into a huge golden crow and flapped his wings, wanting to escape. However, he was still one step too late. In the sky, the golden palm that was like a celestial emperor's seal came crashing down and smashed one of his divine wings. Blood dyed the old golden crow red. With a light cry, he fell down and once again turned into a Daoist. His entire left arm was gone, dripping with blood. Everyone was shocked. Daoist Xian's cultivation had reached the 7th forbidden realm and was trapped by the Dao severing technique. In the present world, there were very few who could kill him. Everyone rushed forward. Knowing that Xian Yi was no match for him, they came to support him and wanted to kill Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan was even faster. He didn't want to end this battle and wanted to finish off this old golden crow once and for all. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Daoist Xian with the black iron mountain in his hand, covering the sky. Daoist Xian retreated while holding the wooden staff in his right hand. Golden light surged like a great river, forming a galactic tempest. The mystic magnet mountain fell and smashed the wooden staff into pieces, turning it into golden powder that filled the sky. Moreover, the black mountain was so huge that even Daoist Xian Yi was pressed under it. Blood splattered everywhere. The bones of this golden crow tribe's elder were broken. The moment his Yuan Shen rushed out, it was slashed into ashes by a golden sword that flew out from between Yi Fan's brows. Kill! Avenge old ancestor Xian Yi. The golden crow tribe was furious. They attacked together towards the central area, all kinds of magical treasures flying in the sky. Clang, clang. Yi Fan activated the black iron mountain that he had seized. Tens of thousands of divine magnetic rays rushed out and destroyed more than half of the golden treasures in the sky. At the same time, he fixed his eyes on a powerful expert. He turned into a blazing lightning and flew over. The Xing symbol art allowed him to enter an unstoppable state. He raised his fist and attacked. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. After 4 years of enlightenment, he had a deeper understanding of this supreme fist intent. He pressed forward with an unstoppable force. That powerful expert screamed as he was crushed by a single punch. Set up the Golden Crow formation. One of the elders shouted. All the experts of the Golden Crow tribe retreated. Banners fluttered in the sky as flames surged and divine clouds rolled. More than 100 experts from the Golden Crow tribe had come. 3 of them had died, so there were only 2 terrifying elders and 4 powerful princes left. Refine him for me. The princes gritted their teeth. Yi Fan had killed 2 of their brothers, so this was naturally an irreconcilable knot. Sacrificial altars appeared in the sky one after another. This was an ancient killing formation. They wanted to trap Yi Fan and refine him. Clang, clang, cling. Tens of thousands of swords cried out in unison as the golden crows filled the sky. Each ancient altar shot out tens of thousands of sword rays towards Yi Fan at the center. This was an ancient killing formation with many golden crows formed from essence energy. They swooped down, blotting out the sun and covering the sky. Yi Fan was like a deity in this ancient formation. His body was shrouded in a golden taiji circle as he quickly moved with the Ro incantation. He first landed on the reef and took away the restrictive formation laid by the 9 pieces of God Source. He picked up the child who was about to faint from crying and placed him on his shoulder. He said, "Don't cry anymore. Send your Uncle Jiang on his way." The old servant's body was buried in the Black Sea. The child cried himself hoarse, his voice hoarse. He powerlessly reached out his little hand and grabbed at the sea. Crying won't solve the problem. Your Uncle Jiang wants you to grow up. Now, let me teach you your first lesson. Yi Fan put the child on his shoulder and soared into the sky. He stood at the center of the formation and said, "Do you really think a divine formation can trap me?" The fourth prince coldly said, "Wait until you escape first. Activate the ancient formation and grind his bones to ashes. He will never be able to reincarnate." The fifth prince coldly ordered. The ancient killing formation swallowed the essence energy of the world. Dark winds howled and dark clouds filled the sky, drowning the entire area. "Uncle Jiang, don't go. Tong Tong misses you. I have no family, only you." The pitiful child sobbed. Yi Fan brought him, going against the heavens. He held the 1,000 Slayers' bow in his hand and said, "Only by growing, only by becoming strong can your Uncle Jiang be happy. Watch well." Buzz. With a light tremble, the bowstring loosened, and a streak of golden light several dozen li shot into the sky. This arrow contained all of his power and was given life by him. It was imbued with his comprehension of the great Tao. The moment it appeared, the world hummed and the great Tao rumbled. Auspicious lights descended from the sky. Puff! A stream of blood splashed out as the fourth prince screamed. His forehead was pierced by an arrow, and a divine beam of light extended for dozens of miles. He was crushed in the void. What? Fourth prince! The members of the Golden Crow tribe cried out in fear. Again. Yi Fan shouted and drew the bow again. He circulated his divine power and the essence energy in his body boiled. It was as if he was made of gold. Puff! A divine beam of light pierced through the sky and nailed the fifth prince's forehead. The corpse was sent flying hundreds of miles away and turned into a mist of blood. Again. Yi Fan shouted again. This type of voice was like a curse from the underworld, making everyone in the Golden Crow clan tremble in fear. They couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 727. Again. This voice was like a curse that caused the members of the Golden Crow tribe to shiver. Woo! The third arrow was finally fired. It was still dozens of miles long and pierced through the clouds, creating an ear-piercing whistling sound. Runes appeared one after another on the body of the arrow, resonating with the heaven and earth. Yi Fan had imbued this arrow with his Tao imprint. This was the embodiment of his will. This arrow flew towards the third prince and streaked over 100 miles. Auspicious lights rose from the sky as the sky rumbled like thunder. The scene was quite frightening. The third prince of the Golden Crow race was an extremely powerful and handsome youth. He activated the Golden Crow movement technique and turned into a golden cloud, dodging this sure kill attack. The others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the third prince was not killed. Otherwise, it would have been too frightening. You want to use the same arrow technique again and again? Melt him for me. Burn all the altars at all costs. The third prince's eyes were sinister as he gave the order with a loud voice full of murderous intent. Woo! The demonic sound returned, and the dozens of kilometers-long beam shot back at an even faster speed, shocking the world. Watch out! Third prince. The two elders of the Golden Crow tribe cried out. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as their hair stood on end. However, it was already too late. Puff! The dozens of miles-long divine arrow flew back and pierced through the back of the third prince's head. It carried his corpse for more than 100 miles before exploding. Rocks and broken bones flew in all directions. This arrow not only contained all of Yi Fan's divine power, but it was also imprinted with his indestructible will and his enlightenment divine will. It would not stop until it killed the enemy. When the divine arrow returned, it devoured essence energy from all directions. It was even more terrifying than when it had just left the wand-slaying bow. This was Yi Fan's will controlling everything. Another prince of the Golden Crow tribe was killed without any suspense. It was so clean and efficient that everyone from the Golden Crow tribe felt a chill down their spine. Boom! All of the sacrificial altars started to burn. The Golden Crow tribe's eyes turned red because of the stimulation. They didn't care about the price, They wanted to destroy all of the ancient sacrificial altars and bury Yi Fan together with them. On Yi Fan's shoulder, the child was sobbing softly. His big bright eyes were filled with tears, and he looked pitiful. His little hands reached down. Although he was thousands of feet away from the surface of the sea, he still wanted to catch something. He sobbed and cried sadly, "Uncle Jiang." Yi Fan did not put the child into the cauldron. Instead, he wanted to let him experience the so-called Great Battle. His path was destined to be uneven, and he could not be raised like a flower in a greenhouse. Grow up and become strong. This is the best tribute and remembrance you can give to Uncle Jiang. Yi Fan patted his head and said. Then, his eyes turned cold again. Like before, he knocked an arrow and aimed at his last target, the 7th crown prince of the golden crow kind. This time, 5 of the 10 princes had come. He wanted to kill them one by one, not giving them the slightest chance. Quick, ignite the ancient divine formation and stop him. The golden crow race's elders shouted loudly. Meanwhile, the 7th prince had already rushed into the sky and fled for his life, staying far away from this ancient formation. It's useless. You can't escape today. Yi Fan's voice was extremely cold. It resounded above the ink sea, making the entire ocean's angry waves beat against the clouds, striking high into the sky. He passed through layer after layer of restrictions with the travel symbol art. He stood alone high up in the sky and knocked an arrow. His entire being was as resplendent as a sun, drawing upon the essence energy of the 9 heavens. Chi! The final arrow was released. The 7th crown prince had already turned into a giant golden divine bird and flew more than 100 li away. However, he still couldn't escape the great calamity. Pooh! His skull was pierced by an arrow. He released a miserable scream as golden feathers danced about in the sky. Golden blood blossomed like a multicolored haze, dyeing the vast sky red. The giant golden bird's corpse was like a collapsed mountain. It split into pieces and fell into the depths of the Black Sea, raising great waves one after another. Ah! The 2 elders of the golden crow race cried out. Their anger shot through the 9 heavens. This was a great hatred, a great enmity that made the entire race furious. Today, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th princes were all killed. Their fall in one day was bound to shake the world. The 10 princes of the Golden Crow School all possessed monstrous magical power and looked down on the world. They were praised as a sign of the Golden Crow race's golden age. However, all of this was destroyed today. 5 princes were killed by one person in one day. This was a great humiliation to the world. At the same time, one didn't even need to think to know that this would become the youth surnamed Ye's supreme fame. Shooting a golden crow with a bow and falling for 5 days in a single day, this would become a legend. Stepping on the corpses of the golden crow tribe to enter, he would become the focus of the entire world. Everyone's attention was focused on him. This kind of result was already predictable. The elders of the Golden Crow tribe wanted to go crazy. The youth surnamed Yi used the corpses of the Golden Crow tribe's geniuses to establish his own fame. Just thinking about it made them go crazy and bleed. We can't let him escape. Even if we have to die here, we have to get rid of him. The 2 gold crows were determined. Rumble. Dozens of altars burned and turned into a sky-piercing flame. Inside was a supreme murderous intent. Tens of thousands of golden crows were fighting and flashing with golden radiance as they flapped their wings towards the sky. The ancient killing formation revealed its most terrifying aspect. Tens of thousands of crows spread their wings in the sky and spat out a murderous aura. This place became a golden ocean. Are we going to fight to the death? Yi Fan ascended step by step with an incomparably calm expression. He looked at the pitiful child who was still crying on his shoulder and said, "Take a good rest." Next, he was going to engage in a bloody battle. He didn't want to let the child watch because it had to be done in moderation. It was already enough for him to watch the previous battle. There was too much blood and the terrifying scene of blood flowing like a river. It really wasn't suitable for such a young child. It wasn't good for his growth. Yi Fan gently brushed past this pitiful child, and he fell asleep. He was still calling out to the old servant in his dreams. 2 lines of sparkling tears hung on his little face. Yi Fan poured a few mouthfuls of divine spring into his mouth to help him down. Then, he put him into the holy jade bottle and began to prepare for a bloody battle. You killed my Golden Crow tribe's member and killed my clan's crown prince. How are we going to repay this kind of humiliation? An elder Golden Crow roared to raise the morale. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. My Golden Crow tribe will be punished by 36,000 golden feather blades. We will be slaughtered for 3 years and 6 months. Our primordial spirits will be crushed by millstones and we will be imprisoned in purgatory forever. Over 100 Golden Crow experts roared. They were all close to going berserk. The great formations sealed the sky here. Swords cried out and ghosts wept and deities howled. Kill his soul and cut down his body. Wash away my Golden Crow tribe's humiliation. Everyone from the Golden Crow race went crazy. Everyone roared together, their voices shaking heaven and earth. The entire northern sea was about to erupt. In the distance, there were cultivators who could vaguely hear this. Their expressions all changed. They saw ghosts and deities weeping and gloomy clouds appear. It was as if the heavens themselves were descending. They all fled. When Yi Fan saw this type of high morale, he didn't say anything else. He used the travel formula to break through the restrictions and directly rushed into the sky. The 6 Dao reincarnations fist moved, immediately producing a dusk of fallen deities. Deities wailed and all types of irregular scenes appeared. The might of this fist contained all of Yi Fan's essence energy. It was the embodiment of his Dao force's sublimation, advancing courageously. This was the result of his 4 years of Dao. The might of this fist was released. More than 10 burning ancient altars were shattered. The berserk and tyrannical aura was like raging waves beating against the shore. Rubble flew everywhere, covering the sky and earth. Yi Fan charged through this ancient killing formation, slaughtering out a sky that was dyed in blood. The might of this fist caused more than 40 experts of the Golden Crow race to fall. They were all shattered in the void and decayed along with their altars. Yi Fan used the 6 Dao reincarnations fist to shatter the Golden Crow race's confidence and destroy their morale. The remaining 70 to 80 people all shut their mouths, not a single one of them clamoring. When you all killed the descendants of the human race's Saint Emperor, did you ever have a similar feeling? What a debt of blood must be paid in blood. It's really moving. I'm standing right here. All of you, come at me together. Yi Fan stood there calmly. His body was stained with specks of blood, but not a single drop belonged to him. It was all left behind by his enemies. We can't let him leave alive. One day, he shot 5 of our race's princes with a bow. This is a great humiliation for our entire race. The 2 old Golden Crows shouted themselves hoarse. Their golden hair was disheveled as they roared towards the sky. Once this news was spread out, the Golden Crow race wouldn't be able to lift their heads anymore. Their so-called reputation would plummet, and Yi Fan, a young man who had stepped on the corpses of the Golden Crows to advance, would be famous in the world. Okay, then let's kill. Yi Fan's voice was calm, but there was a bloody smell coming from it. It was extremely chilling. Clang, clang. In the sky, sword lights clanged as countless divine swords shot out. Thousands of Golden Crows flapped their wings and turned into beams of golden light that shot towards Yi Fan. This was the burning altar of the ancient killing formation, releasing the most terrifying energy. If it was any other Saint Lord, he or she would have died here. However, Yi Fan had the Xing word formula. Although this formation posed a great threat to him, it couldn't kill him at this moment. Seeing the crazy old man's secret technique, he had touched the domain of time. Yi Fan himself had spent more than 4 years in the eye of the North Sea. It could be said that he had reached a profound level, and not many ancient formations could kill him. Boom! Yi Fan didn't hold back at all. With a sky-flipping seal, more than 10 experts of the Golden Crow race in front of him were turned into meat paste, including 6 half-step experts. The so-called killing formation couldn't stop him. Summon the Golden Crow ancient great sage. The 2 elders roared. Their bodies became faint and merged with the tens of thousands of Golden Crows in the formation. They turned into two even more terrifying ancestral crows that illuminated the world. The two ancestral crows shone brightly as they moved unhindered between the heaven and earth. They used their power to fight until the North Sea was about to dry up. Ghosts wept and deities howled here. All of the Golden Crow race's experts rushed over, fighting a great battle against Yifan. The skies were dyed red with blood. No one knew how long the battle had lasted. All the ancient altars had collapsed, and countless golden feathers danced in the air. The sky was covered in blood, and even the sea was red. Corpses fell down one after another. The Golden Crow race was almost completely dead, and blood dyed the sky red. In this battle, Yifan fought against more than 100 experts of the Golden Crow race alone. There was no lack of great experts, elders, and future inheritors of the Golden Crow race. He killed them all. This was a world of blood. Yifan's body was covered in blood as he went on a killing spree. This battle shook the North Sea. One could imagine how terrifying the consequences of this battle would be. The storm that would spread soon could be predicted. Yin Tianda, goddess I Qinggu, Luya, and all the other experts in the world would be shaken. Chapter 728. Above the sea, golden feathers fluttered about, all of them stained with blood. The dismembered corpses sank into the sea, dyeing the surface of the water red. This was a scene dyed in blood. After the battle, this place was very quiet. Even the demonic beasts in the sea didn't dare to come up and eat these delicacies that contained the heavenly monster's bloodline. That was because there was a person standing on the surface of the sea. Many of the monsters in the sea had witnessed everything just now, and they were extremely terrified of this youth who was covered in blood, and even his hair was stained with blood. Yifan stood alone in the void, overlooking the black ocean and gazing into the distant sky. His eyes were deep and his thick black hair scattered about. He was extremely calm. Not long after, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the black ocean in the blink of an eye. After that, this place became a feast for the sea monsters. The blood and broken corpses of the Golden Crow race became their great nourishment, and many sea monsters flocked over. Some experts of the human clan and some demons from the land also rushed over after hearing the news. They wanted to find out what was going on. It was because not long ago, chilly winds roared angrily, ghosts wept and deities wept, gloomy clouds covered this place. Corpses filled the air and blood dyed the sky red. It was like the dusk of deities, no one daring to approach. That day, the North Sea was shaken. All the powerful warriors of the Gold Crow clan who went out to hunt down the descendants of the human Holy Emperor were killed and buried in the sea. No one survived. The sea region here was dyed red with blood, becoming a feast for the sea demons. The Golden Crow race experts that went out to sea were completely annihilated. When this news came out, it shocked the entire Black Ocean. All the cultivators, be it the humans or the monsters, were shocked. Among the hundreds of experts, there was a living fossil like Xianxia, a Golden Crow tribe grand elder, a terrifying expert, and even the 5 crown princes of their tribe. Not a single one of them survived. All of them were annihilated by the Black Ocean. Most importantly, it was done by a single person. When news of what had happened spread, the clamorous North Sea fell silent. A single person had fought against over 100 experts and killed them all, dyeing the surface of the sea red. Just the thought of it was frightening. Through the descriptions of some sea demons, people were able to reconstruct the course of the battle. They also learned of that person's appearance, shocking countless people in the North Sea. It's him, the person who fell into the eye of North Sea 4 years ago. How is this possible? That is the ancient saint's cage. No one has ever been able to escape from it. How did he reappear in this world? This was a huge uproar. Yifan appeared again, facing over 100 experts from the Golden Crow race alone, wiping them all out in one battle. It left everyone horrified. This news spread throughout the North Sea, and all the cultivators that came and went were shocked speechless. A person who shouldn't have appeared in this world actually came back alive. This was a miracle, a living legend that shocked everyone. It really is him. Not long ago, someone saw a strange movement in the eye of the North Sea. A golden bolt of lightning rushed out. Who would have thought that it was him who broke free? Not even the ancient saints could come out alive, all of them turned into corpses, passing away in meditation. How could he be so heaven-defying? Protecting the human race's holy emperor's descendant, and in a fit of rage, he killed more than 100 golden crows. This kind of cultivation is too terrifying. In the North Sea, while the people were shocked, there were also all sorts of discussions. Some people clapped their hands in joy, believing that Yi Fan had done a righteous deed. The ancient Sun Emperor had passed away countless years ago, and the last bit of his bloodline should not be extinguished. Of course, there were also many people who were hostile to Yi Fan, and those close to the Golden Crow race cursed him viciously. The Battle of the North Sea shocked the world, and as the cultivators in the sea returned, the news spread to the continent. The Golden Crow race didn't believe it at first, but after the iron-like facts and shocking evidence appeared, they went crazy. This was an unbearable weight. The death of so many experts was a heavy blow even for the powerful Golden Crow race. The damage to their reputation, and spirit was even greater than the loss of their combat power. This was a humiliation of being trampled down from the 9 heavens into hell. In the North Sea, an elegant youth shot down the sun with a bow and killed 5 Golden Crow crown princes in a day. This story spread throughout the world. This was a supreme glory, a battle record of someone looking down on the world with disdain. Everyone's gazes were focused on him, and he was enveloped by a divine halo. In the present age, how many people dared to provoke the Golden Crow race? After all, they still had a living king in their race with great achievements and power. However, someone dared to do so. The youth surnamed Yi shot down the Golden Crows with a bow and killed 5 Golden Crows in a day. What kind of magnificent feat was this? Each Golden Crow crown prince was a stunning prodigy. They were said to be stronger than the next and could kill sect masters, but they were all killed by him. Stepping on the corpses of the Golden Crow race's inheritors, endless blood paved a path for the strong. Under the flowers and the halos were blood and bones. The youth surnamed Yi is undefeatable. In the current younger generation, other than Yin Tianda, Yi Qinggu, Luya, Daoist, and the Taiyin Godchild, who else can compete with him? Not to mention the younger generation, even among the older generation, how many people can fight him to the death? I think the only people who can suppress him are those legendary characters who have stepped into the 3rd layer of Immortal Foundation. But how many cultivators like them can we find in this world? Yi Fan was far away in the North Sea and had yet to return to land, but he had already caused a heated discussion. Everyone was talking about him. Yi Qinggu had stunned the world in the past 4 years and was known as a goddess. Many people were willing to worship at her feet. Now, she was the embodiment of beauty and holiness. When she heard all this, she was very surprised. She didn't think that Yi Fan would really escape from the eye of the sea and reappear in this world. Moreover, he had shaken Ziwei with one battle. When Li Tian heard the news, he was first dumbfounded, and then he laughed heartily, feeling incomparably carefree. Yan Ishi was also very surprised. This news was too impactful and shocking. Luya was furious. He flew out with the Golden Crow winged hoe and the 9 Golden Crows on his back. He roared at the sky with hatred. When the Taiyin Godchild heard the news, he only sneered and looked in the direction of the sea. His body was covered in black mist, and only a pair of terrifying eyes could be seen. Daoist Sankei stood on the nether ridge in front of the ancient longevity temple. He took 9 steps and studied the half-page of the ancient divine scripture in his hand with a frown. The Human King Hall, the Moon Palace, the Ziwei Divine Dynasty, the Longevity Temple, and all the other major powers were paying attention. The world was stirred. When the world was talking about Yi Fan, he was in the North Sea and had yet to return. One could imagine how great the commotion would be when he appeared. On an island filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds, the last remaining bloodline of the human race's Saint Emperor, that 5-year-old child, stood in a pine forest and was talking to a komatsu mouse on a tree. "I miss my father, I miss my mother, I miss my brother, I miss my sister, but they are all gone. Do you miss your family?" How could the komatsu mouse understand his words? It hugged a pine cone and ran away. The only remaining descendant of the human emperor, this young child, walked to the next place and spoke to a little bird on the tree. How far is forever? Father said that he will always protect me silently. When will the future be? Sister said that he will appear in the future and come to see me. As he spoke, the young child's eyes turned red. He lowered his head and said, I know, they won't appear. Just like Uncle Jiang, they are doing this to protect me. The little bird on the tree also flew away. This pitiful child walked into the depths of the pine forest. When he saw a wounded butterfly on a wildflower, he said softly, Why are you injured? I miss Uncle Jiang. Yi Fan stood outside the pine forest and watched all this quietly. He was not in a hurry to leave the North Sea. Instead, he brought this child to the various islands to relax, wanting to let him adjust as soon as possible. During these days, this child was very depressed and silent. He would only speak when there was no one around and talk to those small animals. Every time, he would come back with red eyes. Your parents, your sister, they want you to be happy. Your Uncle Jiang, on the other hand, hopes that you can grow up safely and then release the brilliance that a descendant of the human race's divine emperor should have. But I miss them. This child lowered his head and spoke to Yi Fan for the first time. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He couldn't take away a child's emotions. Just think about it, he couldn't avoid it. He couldn't forcefully cut off an unbearable memory like an adult. This was a child's most pure and untainted state of mind. I know what to do. I will slowly get better and stop crying, Tong Tong said with red eyes. 6 days later, this child took the initiative to ask Yi Fan to teach him cultivation. Although he would talk to the small animals with red eyes in a place where there was no one around, he no longer cried. Yi Fan examined his body. This child had once suffered a very serious injury. The Golden Crow clan had almost smashed his body into pieces, but he had stubbornly survived. His old illness still existed. In his body, it was as if there was a sun, incomparably resplendent. Every time his flesh, blood, and bones shone, there would be light flowing out at night. Sun body. Yi Fan was already certain that this was definitely the legendary mysterious physique. It was extremely rare to have a body with a divine sun. Since ancient times, there were not many people who would die young due to various reasons. It was said that only the Sun Saint Emperor of the ancient times survived and looked down upon the past and present. Although Tong Tong contained a divine son, he was once seriously injured by the Golden Crow clan. His condition was very bad now. Yi Fan took out a few drops of true dragon divine medicine and spent a month to help him recuperate, and finally stabilized his Yuan Qi. The sun body, the first choice is naturally the ancient sun scripture. Unfortunately, I only got the last 2 scrolls, and did not have the Sea of Reincarnation scroll to start the foundation building. Yi Fan felt regretful. For a physique like Tong Tong, only the ancient sun scripture was the perfect choice. He carefully thought about it, and engraved the 9 ancient characters gifted by the ancient Sun Emperor stroke by stroke onto Tong Tong's glabella, penetrating into his immortal platform, just like when the green-clothed old man passed it to him that day. This was where the foundation lay, the essence of the ancient sun scripture. Yi Fan wanted to imprint these 9 characters into his sea of consciousness, so that they would accompany him for life and comprehend them from a young age. This child had such a physique, and perhaps one day he would comprehend things that others could not. However, after Yi Fan engraved the 9 ancient characters on Tong Tong's immortal platform, there was suddenly a wonderful change. The child's body was like a divine sun in the sky, shining with boundless light. This little guy directly fainted, and Yi Fan hurriedly came to his aid, suppressing it with supreme Tao power, and finally covered up the light. What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? What happened? When he woke up, Yi Fan asked with concern, for fear that there was something wrong with him. I don't feel uncomfortable. The little guy blinked his big eyes and said, It's just that a little golden person suddenly appeared in my body, and he taught me to open up the sea of reincarnation. What? Yi Fan was taken aback, and finally knew why the Golden Crow race went to war and refused to let this child go. He really might have the ancient sun scripture on him. From this day onwards, every time after this child fell asleep, there would be a very special half an hour, and his whole body would shine with boundless golden light, like a rising and falling sun. When he woke up the next day, Tong Tong would clearly remember what the little golden person taught him and how to let him cultivate. Yi Fan asked carefully and found that it was an ancient and unfathomable mental cultivation method, and he was almost certain that it was the ancient sun scripture. There are many secrets hidden in this little guy's body. Yi Fan searched many times, but did not find anything strange. The little golden person seemed to have come from the depths of his primordial spirit. Let's go, we should return to land. Half a month later, Yi Fan decided to leave the North Sea with this child. Why go back? That place is full of bad people. Tong Tong's big eyes were very clear, and he said with incomparable seriousness. Yi Fan rubbed his head and said, "There are still some good people in this world. I'll bring you to meet good people, and at the same time, see if we can steal an ancient sacred weapon from the bad people. At that time, kill one bad person if they come, and kill two if they come." The North Sea was pitch black and deep. Compared to the other oceans, its watercolor was very special, as if it had been dyed with ink. It was vast and boundless, many times larger than the land. It would be difficult for a person to cross to the end even if they spent their entire life. Fortunately, there were many ancient islands in the sea, and there were ancient transportation formations carved by the ancient sages, turning the natural moat into a passageway. In such a boundless sea, who knew how many powerful creatures were born in the water, and there was no lack of archaic beasts and world-shaking great demons. People even suspected that there were existences comparable to ancient saints in the sea. Because it was really too big, no one could explore to the end, and naturally, no one knew how terrifying the experts were. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many human cultivators went out to sea in search of immortal realms, ancient saints, and traces of great emperors. Although the North Sea was not like the Eastern Sea, which had endless legends like the immortal island Panlé and was the preferred destination of the human race's ancient saints in their later years, there were also many ancient caves and inheritances. Yi Fan brought Tong Tong forward in the North Sea. Suddenly, he saw auspicious qi pervading the air ahead, and faintly discernible waves of celestial music were transmitted over. His expression changed, and he walked forward on the waves, disappearing with each step. His speed was very fast. In the distance, he saw an immortal island with 5 colors soaring into the sky. Multicolored light lingered around it, and it was a scene of peace. Someone had opened an ancient cave and was welcoming guests. When he arrived, he could see streams of light. It was a powerful cultivator riding on a magic treasure, and they all landed on the ancient island in front of him. Among them, there were human experts, as well as heroic heroes of the demonic race. There were all kinds of people, men and women, and the common characteristic was that they were all very powerful. Yi Fan saw a flood dragon patrolling the sea. It was a very powerful big demon, and he went forward and asked, "What's going on up ahead?" The old man of the North Sea, esteemed Shuanggui's 3,600th birthday is approaching, and he has invited friends from all over the world. He has opened his cave and invited guests. After the flood dragon answered, it continued to patrol the sea. Apparently, it was a commander guarding the island, and it rode the wind and waves to call out to the small demons everywhere. Yi Fan was really shocked, and he muttered, 3,600 years old. He really lives up to his race. Yi Fan held Tong Tong's hand and they landed on the island. There were strange rocks on the island, and the fragrance of old medicine wafted in the air, and there were bursts of auspicious signs. The Lord of the Human King Hall has sent a congratulatory gift, and the Deputy Hall Master has arrived. The Black Dragon King of the North Sea has arrived. The Protector of the Longevity Temple has arrived. The Moon Palace. As soon as he arrived on the ancient island, Yi Fan heard these voices, and he was surprised. The esteemed Xianxia really had great supernatural power, and there were so many great forces coming to congratulate him. Come, report your name. Those who enter the island are the masters of each religion, or the direct descendants. You are not allowed to bring children into the island, a big demon shouted. Beside him, an old demon quickly went forward and pulled the big demon away, and said in a low voice, "You don't want to live anymore, don't you know who he is?" "Who is he?" Today, he is probably more eye-catching than the old man of the esteemed Xianxia. Chapter 729. In the distance, the North Sea rose and fell. It was as dark as a boundless abyss. This place, on the other hand, was auspicious with rosy clouds and dancing cranes. The fragrance of ancient medicines permeated the air. The cave was very magnificent. Many great characters from all over the world had come. There were great sects from the continent as well as vagrant cultivators from the ocean. All of them were extremely prominent and intimidating. Yi Fan came while holding the hand of a 5-year-old child. This was very eye-catching. Many people glanced over with strange expressions. Not far away, the young commander who had been dragged away by the old demon was drenched in cold sweat. He said, "He's the one who escaped from the sea eye and killed 5 golden crow princes with a bow in one day?" This was definitely a murderous star. During this time, all the demonic cultivators in the North Sea had been very cautious out of fear of touching this murderous star. Yi Fan held the child's hand and walked inside. Many people were surprised because not everyone knew him. This place was made up of jade steps. Beautiful women carried jade trays to deliver delicacies and wine. Who is this person? He doesn't know the rules at all. Bringing a child to a banquet? What a scandal! Doesn't he know that everyone here is famous? A discordant voice came from not far away. It was an embroidered young master with a folding fan. There were many people coming in and out of the island. The mist flowed under their feet and immortal music rang out. Everyone in this area immediately looked over. Did esteemed Master Xianxia say not to bring children? Yi Fan asked the young commander next to him. He was the protector of this island. This was a shark demon. Just now, he had heard an old demon say that no one should stop or disrespect this master. Otherwise, there would be a great calamity. This was the rumored murderous star. After hearing Yi Fan's question, he immediately trembled and stuttered, "No, esteemed master, didn't say anything." Yi Fan nodded and said, "In that case, I'll go in to congratulate him. Otherwise, I'll leave right now and won't disturb master." The young commander nodded like a chick pecking rice. He ordered people to lead the way with great respect. On the other side, the young master was very unhappy. He hadn't expected that Yi Fan wouldn't even respond to him. He simply said a few words to a demon race leader. Not just anyone can enter an occasion like this. After all, it's very formal. If it's not a grandmaster, then it's the direct descendants of the various sections. This is an unwritten rule. Bringing a child who stinks of his mother's milk here is really too unruly. When Yi Fan heard such ambiguous words, he stopped and looked ahead, saying, "The owner of this place said it's nothing, so what are you? Why are there so many rules? If you want to put on airs, go back to your own cave abode." The man in brocade clothes closed his folding fan and walked over step by step. He said, "I'm doing this to show my respect to esteemed mysterious turtle. I think you should learn the rules of the demonic race." He didn't say anything more but stood on the jade stairs, blocking the way with a hint of mockery and provocation. There was a faint smile on Yi Fan's face as he led little Tong forward. With every step he took, a mark of the Tao would appear. Auspicious light descended from the jade steps as if the great Tao was resonating with it. The color of the man in brocade clothes suddenly changed. As the heir of an ancient cave abode in the North Sea, he had dominated the boundless sea and dominated the world, but he couldn't do this. Every step of Yi Fan was very gentle, but every time it fell, it was amazing. There were sounds of Tao resonating, auspicious air lingering, and the jade stairs were pulsating. Who is he, could it be? At this moment, the man in brocade clothes felt a chill in his heart. He could see the whole leopard from one spot. He was far inferior to this kind of terrible Tao technique. The traces of Tao on the jade stairs appeared one after another, as all sorts of runes flashed. In the eyes of others, it was only pulsating, but in the eyes of the man in brocade clothes, it was like the heavens and earth were collapsing. He felt as though there was a giant walking towards him. That kind of footsteps was like a devil's curse that hammered on his heart. Step by step, he felt as though his body was about to explode. At this moment, his blood vessels were about to rupture. His veins bulged out, resembling numerous horned dragons, malevolent and incomparably terrifying. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He wanted to persist, but he had no way to resist. Just like that, he could only remain rooted on the jade stairs. Boom! When Yi Fan's final step landed, the man in brocade clothes screamed as he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His entire person was flung through the air like a blade of grass, landing on the ground. Everyone was dumbstruck. Yi Fan was holding the hand of a 5-year-old child, and his steps were very gentle. He only took 5 steps, yet a second-level immortal foundation genius was flung through the air, coughing out blood. This was simply too terrifying. This was the embodiment of the Tao, merging one's body with nature. Even the sound of his footsteps contained the divine melody of the great Tao, making it hard for others to resist. Young Master Jin Bei. After Yi Fan walked over, only then did someone dare to step forward and help him up, stopping the bleeding and feeding him a medicinal pill. You bullied me too much. If I don't take revenge for this? This young demon lord named Jin Bei gritted his teeth. Silence. Someone hurriedly stopped him and transmitted his voice. Although you are a demon lord, do you know who he is? He's the one who escaped from the sea. Recently, the entire North Sea is filled with his legend. What? It's really him? Jin Bei's face turned pale. He was stunned on the spot. Over 100 experts of the Golden Crow race were killed by a single person. This entire sea region was dyed red by the blood of the Golden Crows. The rumor of a young man killing 5 crown princes of the Golden Crow race with a bow shook the entire world. Right now, many cultivators of the North Sea were filled with trepidation. They were afraid of having an unnecessary conflict with this killing star. Yi Fan led a 5-year-old child forward and walked up the stairs. It was as if he was ascending to the heavens. 5 colored jade stones sparkled and mist rose. He was very eye-catching. Esteemed Xianxia was 3,600 years old. This was a peerless old demon with great achievements. Not only was he famous in the North Sea, but even the sects on the land knew of him. Behind the jade tables, the people sitting cross-legged were all famous figures. When Yi Fan arrived, many people were surprised because they already knew his identity. An old man with a hunched back stood up from the 9-colored divine jade chair and said, "Sure enough, heroes come from the young. Please take a seat at the side." This was the world-famous esteemed Xianxia, a long-lived ancient demon who had lived for 3,600 years with unfathomable strength. His hair was sparse and his face was full of wrinkles like a piece of paper with a smile on it. "Greetings, esteemed Xianxia." Yi Fan bowed respectfully. This ancient monster regarded him highly and brought him to the VIP seats. Yi Fan naturally returned the favor and presented a congratulatory gift that wasn't too meager. This is the person who escaped from the eye of the North Sea. He single-handedly massacred everyone from the Golden Crow race who went out to sea, shocking the world. A young expert who can soar into the clouds. In the future, he will most likely be able to compete with Yin Tianda. There are not many people in the present world who can kill him. People discussed in low voices. Recently, Yi Fan rose like a comet and illuminated the earth. No matter where he went, he was destined to be the center of attention. Little friend Ye's skills are world-shaking. Amazing, amazing. Beside Yi Fan, there were sect master-level figures who complimented him. They clinked cups with him and chatted enthusiastically. Since ancient times, heroes come from the young. We are old. Come, let us drink this cup of wine. The result of Yi Fan's shocking battle was that even though he was so young, no one dared to look down on him. He was sitting on the same level as the older generation's heroes. When the younger generation's heroes looked at him, they all carried a trace of respect. Of course, there were also many people who watched from afar and didn't say a word. They didn't want to have anything to do with Yi Fan. After all, the Golden Crow race was too powerful. There was no lack of old friends from the Golden Crow race here. They were very hostile towards him but didn't dare to act out. Now that his reputation was like the sun in the sky, no one was willing to provoke him. Experts gathered like clouds. There was no lack of goddesses from the Human King Hall, Tao protectors from the Longevity Temple, peak characters from the Moon Palace, and the princess of the Ziwei divine dynasty. Brother Yi, I've long heard of your great name. A man dressed in black dragon robes walked over. He held a cup of wine and had a smile on his face. Among his black hair, there were 2 dragon horns that were very eye-catching. This was the famous Black Dragon King of the North Sea. Although he hadn't cultivated for a long time, he was extremely powerful and famous. His ancestor was over 3,700 years old and was known as the Black Dragon Old Ancestor. The pressure he exerted on the cultivators of the North Sea made it hard for them to breathe. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't be arrogant. He smiled and clinked cups with him as they chatted, talking about some of his experiences in cultivation. As for little Tong, he was very quiet. He blinked his large black gem-like eyes and ate at the side. He didn't need to worry about him. When the other cultivators saw the Black Dragon King coming forward, many people also came over to chat. For a period of time, this place was very lively. Brother Yi truly has great spirit and divine abilities, daring to shoot golden crows with his bow and killing 5 crown princes in a single day. This is truly a magnificent feat. Someone said. There was naturally a feud between the Golden Crow race here. Brother Yi, you have to be careful. The Golden Crow race has a true king that can contend against a matchless divine king. He's almost invincible. Yi Fan was surrounded by people toasting him. Someone kindly reminded him. Not long after, celestial music rang out and the demonic girls began to dance. More esteemed guests had arrived. People couldn't help but look outside. They saw the young Master Jin Bei walking over with a handsome man. His long eyebrows reached his temples and stars flickered in his eyes. His hair was tied up with a purple gold crown. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, possessing the bearing of a monarch. The 9-headed Dragon King is here. Someone cried out in surprise. The North Sea was boundless and unfathomable. Many people believed that there was a Kuan-Peng origin ancestor in its depths. He was a terrifying ancient saint that was in deep slumber. And in this known sea region, the strength of the major powers could be estimated. Rumor had it that the 9-headed Dragon King was an unrivaled expert of the demon race. Rumor had it that after the 9-headed Dragon King turned into a human, he destroyed his own demonic essence and changed to a human method. Now, his Dao technique had reached perfection and he cultivated a terrifying ancient orthodoxy of the human race. At this moment, people were surprised because beside the 9-headed Dragon King, there were a few golden crows and the divine son of Taiyin. They were all enemies of Yi Fan. After the 9-headed Dragon King paid his respects to esteemed Xianxia and presented his gift, he stared at Yi Fan and said, "In this kind of occasion, everyone who has a seat is a grandmaster. Even the direct descendants of each religion are seated at the end of the table. You really don't know the rules by bringing a child who smells like milk." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The 9-headed Dragon King was an unrivaled expert of the North Sea. Everyone knew that he had a close relationship with the Golden Crow tribe. Now that he was making things difficult, it was obvious what was going on. You said that the identity of the person here is not trivial. Do you know who he is? As the only remaining descendant of the Saint Emperor of the human race, he is 10,000 times more noble than you, Yi Fan replied calmly. Everyone put down their wine cups and the place suddenly became quiet. People's hearts were beating rapidly as they recognized the divine son of Taiyin who was beside the 9-headed Dragon King. Could that valiant-looking golden crows be Luya? The 9-headed Dragon King, the divine son of Taiyin, and Luya were the most terrifying young cultivators on the mainland and overseas. Could it be that they were here to kill Yi Fan? The descendant of the human race's Saint Emperor, Tja. The 9-headed Dragon King laughed and then his expression suddenly turned cold. He said, "Do you think he is just because you say so? I also said that he is the descendant of my servant. Now, I am here to capture him." The divine son of Taiyin and the powerful golden crows also looked cold. They stared at Yi Fan and the 5-year-old child who was sitting quietly behind the jade table. "You said that he is the descendant of your servant? If you can still live in the North Sea just because of this, you will be hated by both humans and gods." Yi Fan stared coldly at the 9-headed Dragon King and then looked at the important figures from the Human King Hall, the Moon Palace, the Ziwei celestial dynasty, and other ancient lineages of the human race. He said, "Do you think what I said makes sense?" Chapter 730. There were several ancient inheritances of the human race. Every great power had 3 generations present. There were peerless overlords, middle-aged lords, goddesses, princesses, and so on. Their expressions froze. Insulting the ancestor of a 5-year-old child as a servant was another way of insulting the ancient emperor of the human race. This was also an embarrassment for them. You're nothing more than a reptile. How dare you say that the ancient human emperor is your family's slave? How audacious! Are you trying to provoke the entire human race? Yi Fan's voice was stern as he scolded loudly. The ancient saint emperor of the human race had a special status in history. He was considered the common ancestor of the human race in the ancient Ziwei star field. Insulting him in front of everyone made the immortal inheritances lose face. The ancient Sun Emperor is admired by the whole world and revered by all races. I don't dare to be disrespectful. I'm only talking about this child. He is not the descendant of the human emperor and doesn't have the blood of the human emperor. What's wrong with what I said? The 9-headed dragon king argued. Yi Fan stood up. His expression was solemn and awe-inspiring. He shouted righteously, "Do you dare to say it again? This child's ancestor was your servant. Do you really dare to say it?" He stood on the side of righteousness and purposely raised his voice. It was like the roar of a Buddhist lion. He concentrated his essence, energy, and spirit and contained his powerful will. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear. It was like the booming of a great bell, stirring people's hearts and souls. Many people were affected by him. Seeing his righteous appearance, they resonated with him. At this moment, they were like ancient sages who had awakened and shouted in unison. An enormous pressure pressed down on the 9-headed dragon king. This was the will of everyone present who resonated with him. It was the will of many experts who had unknowingly released it. It could be said that this was an unstoppable and all-conquering power of faith. They all shouted at the 9-headed dragon king. Yi Fan advanced with this will that could sweep through everything. Every step he took caused the divine land of 5 colors to shake. It was as if the ruler of the human race was angrily rebuking him. "Do you dare to say it again?" Yi Fan took 9 steps forward and also shouted 9 times. Every single time, his voice shook heaven and earth. His voice rumbled like thunder and contained supreme might. He was like a deity that descended into this world. The 9-headed dragon king was suppressed to the point where he couldn't say a word. Even if he had heaven-defying divine abilities, he couldn't fight against this power of faith. He took 9 steps back, and every time he took a step back, he would cough out a large mouthful of blood. He was suffering from an unimaginable mental pressure. When faced with Yi Fan's shout, he couldn't say a single word. He could only take steps back, his face scarlet red. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, suppressed by a type of great power. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan's methods were extraordinary. With a roar of the divine sound of the great path, it resonated with many people of the human clan. The roar went straight to their hearts, and the power of faith cut through everything. Who could stop it? Yi Fan was like a god descending from the heavens, advancing forward with an indomitable will. He raised his right fist, the supreme fist intent of the 6 paths reincarnation gathered, ready to strike. Kacha! The 9-headed dragon king shattered the multicolored jade platform. With a flip, he disappeared like a streak of multicolored light, leaving behind a large string of blood in his original location. Dragon ascending stairway. A living fossil woke up with a start, speaking this type of heaven-ascending step. At this moment, everyone gradually woke up, no longer resonating with Yi Fan. That terrifying Dao sound disappeared, and this multicolored divine land became peaceful again. Everyone was horrified. Yi Fan almost subdued the enemy without even fighting. He stood on the side of righteousness, borrowing power from the mysterious Dao sound to resonate and kill the enemy. You resorted to trickery. Finally, the 9-headed dragon king caught his breath, unable to restrain his anger. Yi Fan was extremely resentful. This enemy was truly powerful, actually able to break free from the unstoppable power of faith under this type of situation. The battlefield was deathly silent. No one said anything for a long time. This type of method was extremely terrifying, and it was also extremely stunning. How many people could accomplish this? The nine-headed Dragon King's expression was ugly to the extreme. It wasn't that his fighting strength was lacking, but rather that he was suppressed by the enemy's great power. No one could defend against this attack with the power of 10,000 jin. Yi Fan calmly sat behind the jade table and said, "What? You can't say it, or do you not dare to say it?" He berated loudly. His face was incomparably serious and full of righteousness. This kind of expression made the nine-headed Dragon King so angry he wanted to vomit blood. Borrowing power to resort to trickery, in his eyes, this was a head that deserved to be executed. Who do you think you are? Even the lord of this place, esteemed Black Turtle, didn't say anything, yet you came here to give pointers and humiliate my human race's holy emperor. Do you want to become the enemy of the entire world? Yi Fan sat behind the jade table with a dignified expression as he spoke loudly. Everyone was quietly watching and no one spoke. In the first confrontation, Yi Fan occupied the absolute upper hand, but this was not related to his true fighting strength. The extremely valiant man among the Golden Crows stepped forward. He had the bearing of a dragon and a tiger. His eyes were like lightning, and his golden hair draped over his shoulders. This was an extraordinary character from the Golden Crow clan. He obtained the human race's ancient orthodoxy, and his Daoist name was Qiang. He was the youngest brother of the Golden Crow clan's invincible king. His seniority was extremely high, and his strength was terrifying. He played an important role in the clan, and he was the youngest giant. He's the Taoist Qiang. He actually came out of isolation, and he's the most beloved youngest brother of the Golden Crow clan's invincible king. He's not that old, and he's the youngest uncle of the Golden Crow clan's 10th prince. Someone recognized Qiang. It was obvious that he had a great reputation. As the youngest giant of the Golden Crow clan, he had an extraordinary identity. "What kind of skill is trickery?" Qiang said. "Is this trickery? This is the path of a saint, the unity of heaven and man. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every living thing in the world are all for my use. If this is trickery, why don't you try?" Yi Fan remained unmoved as he sat behind the jade table and spoke. The black mist pounced over, and the divine son of Taiyin seemed to be standing in eternal darkness. The bone-chilling Tain holy power surged, and his voice was also very cold as he said, "Come out and fight. Fighting with you will only stain my hands." Yi Fan sat up high, and he glanced down and said, "As a human, you want to kill the divine emperor's descendant and collude with the Golden Crow clan. Who do you think you are?" Everyone present was dumbfounded. Yi Fan was really merciless. He faced the three great experts alone, and he mercilessly criticized them without any scruples. "I forgot, this is how the bloodline of the ancient Moon Emperor was destroyed. Although you guys are called the Ancient Moon Sect, you actually schemed to steal the Orthodox inheritance, harmed the bloodline of the ancient emperor, and replaced it." Yi Fan was not afraid at all, directly exposing the scars. This was the disgraceful past of the Taiyin sect. They killed the bloodline of the Taiyin ancient emperor and created another bloodline. It was full of blood and betrayal. Being exposed in front of him, the divine son of Taiyin's face turned ashen. The Taiyin sect had been flourishing for many years, and no one dared to say such things anymore. "Ye come out and die. Come out and fight. Fight to the death in the sea." The nine-headed Dragon King, Qiang, and the divine son of Taiyin all shouted. The three of them wanted to fight with Yi Fan immediately and kill him. Everyone was shocked. Which one of these three wasn't a genius? They were the most terrifying young experts in the world today. The nine-headed Dragon King was an invincible master of the North Sea and had never been defeated until now. Even a living fossil couldn't do anything to him, which made all the sect masters fear him. Qiang was the youngest brother of the invincible king of the Golden Crow clan. He shocked the world and obtained the inheritance of the human race. Not to mention the divine son of Taiyin, he was Yin Tianda's sworn brother and was known as one of the most terrifying people in the Ziwei ancient star region. These people were known as geniuses. Each of them was invincible in their own area and no one was a match for them. They were respected by the young generation in the world. If you want me to take your heads, kneel outside the island and wait. Today is the birthday of esteemed Xianxia, and I don't want to disturb his banquet. As soon as Yi Fan said this, not only were the three geniuses furious, but the others also felt that he was being too arrogant. The most terrifying young people in the world were gathered together. Any cultivator below the 3 slashes of the immortal realm would be defeated. Everyone believed that Yi Fan could fight against any one of the three alone, that he was a stunning genius of the same level. However, this type of arrogance was a bit too much. On the birthday of great ancestor Xianxia, it's better to be friendly, said the Black Dragon King. Then he secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Fan. Brother Yi, come with me later. Let's go to the Dragon Palace of the North Sea as a guest. These three are each more ruthless than the other. There were others who advised against taking action here, but even more people didn't say anything. All of them wanted to watch a fierce battle between giants, because this was a confrontation between world-shocking geniuses. Only a battle would determine who the unmatched king was. Everyone, please do me a favor. Today is my 3600th birthday. Don't fight with weapons, said esteemed Xianxia. Esteemed Xianxia, I don't want to disturb your birthday. That would be a sin. But this matter cannot be settled peacefully. After the banquet, I want to end it with them in the sea, said Yi Fan. The 9-headed dragon king, Qiyang, and the divine son of Taiyin all sneered at Yi Fan. Esteemed Xianxia had already spoken, so they did not dare to offend him. An old man who had lived for 3,600 years, even his clan leader was afraid of him. The birthday banquet was supposed to be lively and exciting. After all, this was the birthday of a peerless ancient demon. Everyone was happy to come and build a good relationship with him. However, at this moment, everyone was itching for the birthday banquet to end immediately so that they could watch the battle between Yi Fan and the others. Everyone wanted to know who was the real king among kings and who was qualified to fight for the #1 position in the world in the future. On the jade table, delicacies from the mountains and seas, fine wine, everything that one could wish for was there. However, everyone tasted as if they were chewing wax, some of them unable to sit still. On the contrary, the main characters were rather calm. Yi Fan, 9-headed flood dragon king, and the others poured themselves wine and drank, all of them extremely calm. Yi Fan even poured a glass of wine for little Tong Tong. The little guy drank it until his face was red and he shouted that he wanted more. Everyone was speechless. It was not until esteemed Xianxia ordered the little demon to present the unique treasure of this ancient cavern, Xuanwu fruit, to the distinguished guests that people were attracted. The dark green fruit was shaped like a small turtle, but it was only the size of a pigeon's egg. It was crystal clear, and the fragrance was so strong that it could not be dispersed. This was the special product of this ancient cavern. It was produced by the Xuanwu vine, which was rooted in the sea milk. It was very beneficial for cultivation, but it was very rare. There were not many of them in a year. Therefore, even the distinguished guests only had one. Later, people were immersed in the celebration of the birthday banquet. While enjoying the Xuanwu fruit, the fairies of the Moon Palace performed a dance. It could be said that it was beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. This was one of Yi Qingwu's junior sisters. Her status was second only to her. She was so beautiful that the moon and flowers would blush. Her dance was graceful and charming. However, people also felt that it was a pity that goddess Yi Qingwu did not come. They could not witness her beauty. Now, many people were willing to kneel at her feet. However, people soon understood. Princess Yuesher of the Ziwei divine dynasty was here. She was the second most beautiful woman in the world and had once competed with Yi Qingwu for beauty. She could be said to be a peerless beauty. Her appearance caused the entire island to brighten up. The dance of the Ziwei divine dynasty's Princess Yuesher made many people intoxicated. Her singing was even more moving. People couldn't help but hope that the banquet could continue. Yuesher will also go to the sea to watch the battle. I am willing to play the zither and play a song for this world-shocking battle. The birthday banquet had ended, but many people were still intoxicated. Only when Princess Yueshur spoke softly did they wake up. They discovered that there were already many figures rushing towards the sky and into the sea region. A world-shocking battle was inevitable. Chapter 731. Above the northern sea, human figures were everywhere. Standing in the air, there were sect masters from the land and ancient demons from the sea. All of them were gazing into the distance. Up ahead, a black wave rose against the heavens, scattering the clouds and cleansing the blue sky. Two males were coldly confronting each other. The tides surged and the waves were terrifying. Yi Fan and the nine-headed flood dragon king were several hundred zhang apart. There was a formless domain between the two, and with a hong sound, a 10,000 zhang deep abyss formed. Endless seawater rushed into the heavens, exposing the seabed below. This was the power of the geniuses of the present age. They didn't even take action, but just the formless domain of confrontation wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. There was no chance of survival within. The nine-headed flood dragon king was unrivaled in the younger generation of the northern sea. He moved unhindered under the heavens and had never tasted defeat. Naturally, he had the qualifications to look down on the present age. The only remaining descendant of the human race's holy emperor? I'm definitely going to keep this servant. He stared at the child on Yi Fan's shoulder, and his eyes flickered with a demonic radiance. The 5-year-old child was extremely obedient. He understood that a great battle was about to happen, so he didn't utter a single word. He only wrinkled his little nose and stared at the nine-headed flood dragon king with his bright black eyes. Making the last descendant of the human race's holy emperor become your servant. Yi Fan walked forward step by step. His body was surrounded by golden holy light, and he was like an ancient war god that crossed time and space to walk over from the past. Correct, he is quite similar to the legendary human emperor. He is more than suitable to be my servant. The nine-headed flood dragon king had his hands behind his back as he calmly spoke these words. Who do you think you are? Even if an ancient great emperor is reborn, or an immortal reincarnated, I will still kill you. Yi Fan took action. Mountain embracing imprint. He stood in the void with a mountain in his arms. A black mountain descended from the sky, immediately causing the heavens to collapse and the seas to roar. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and this place became a collapsing world. Rise! The nine-headed flood dragon king shouted. 9 azure dragons rushed out from his back, defying the heavens and coiling around the black mountain. The dragons' bodies were all pulled into the mountain. The black mountain collapsed, and the 9 azure dragons rushed out. They were bold and powerful, and every single one of them was covered in dense scales as if they were cast from black gold. They pounced towards Yi Fan with boundless ferocity. Yi Fan was as steady as a boulder. Facing the 9 azure dragons, he reached out with his huge golden hand, covering the sky and covering the earth as it slammed down. The embracing mountain seal was endless. His 5 fingers became 5 golden mountains that pressed downwards, colliding with the 9 true dragons. Azure light and golden light burst forth, releasing a shockwave that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Dragon battles in the wild. The nine-headed flood dragon king let out a loud roar. The 9 true dragons circled above and let out roars that sounded like raging waves that shook the heavens and earth. The boundless great wastelands appeared within the mountains. 9 dragons leapt about, as if they arrived in the ancient great earth. They swooped down, attacking the 5 great golden peaks. This was a collision like a comet crashing into the ground. Mountains appeared one after another, boundless and boundless. 9 dragons circled about and collided with the 5 golden mountains. Endless light and boundless divine might destroyed all living things. Bang! In the end, Yi Fan's golden hand shook forcefully, shattering this part of the world. Everything ceased to exist. What embracing mountain seal? What true dragons? Everything had disappeared. The 9-headed flood dragon king spat out a mouthful of turbid air in the distance. His expression was calm as he said, "You didn't disappoint me." Yi Fan didn't say anything. His expression was grave. This was an unparalleled great enemy. No wonder he could move unhindered through the world and had never tasted defeat. He was known as the Northern Sea's unrivaled expert. This was a great world filled with resplendent stars. Every region produced world-shaking geniuses, all of them heaven-warping talents. The Northern Sea's nine-headed flood dragon king's reputation was not in vain. Yi Fan collected little pupil into the pristine jade bottle. His entire being became indistinct as if he was about to merge into the world. He became one with the ocean and the void. He advanced step by step. His own aura disappeared as he synchronized with the world's pulse. He activated the power of the great Tao and struck forward. Heaven and man as one. In the distance, many people revealed looks of surprise. Those who could resonate with the Tao were the most terrifying. They were close to the origin of the Tao and would often display inconceivable power. At my level, do you think you can kill me with just this? The nine-headed flood dragon king's lips curled into a cold smile. A dragon leapt up, and the 24 heavens appeared behind him. In the distant sky, everyone gasped. Just how great of a divine ability was needed to produce such a scene? The nine-headed flood dragon king was too ambitious. He wanted to use his own strength to produce the 24 heavens. Even though it was still hazy and had just begun to take shape, this was definitely a type of great boldness. Who would dare to evolve it? Who would dare to do such a thing? The 24 heavens were like 24 great gates that led to the outer realms. They opened in this instant and surged with boundless world force. Auspicious clouds appeared in tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious light as they suppressed Yi Fan together. Yi Fan was one with the heavens and one with the ocean. He pulsed with all things. He was using the power of the Tao, and there was an undying divine radiance. Explosive sounds rang out one after another in the Northern Sea. Yi Fan used the power of the great Tao to forcefully collide with the 24 heavens, producing sounds that resembled landslides and tsunamis. Boundless light and boundless sound filled every inch of space. It was as if great stars were shattering one after another and scattering into the vast ocean. Yi Fan retreated from the state of the Tao and was no longer synchronized with all things. He truly appeared in the void and stood on the Black Sea. The nine-headed flood dragon king appeared in the sky with the 24 heavens behind him. He was like a deity at the center of the myriad worlds, overlooking all life as if he was the only sovereign. The remaining bloodline of the human race's heavenly emperor isn't enough to be my servant. I'll add you as well. His voice was bone-chilling. Yi Fan said, "You're afraid." Afraid? I've roamed the world unhindered until now, but I still don't know how to write the word, afraid. You said all that just to provoke me to find a flaw. This means that you don't have any confidence and are afraid, said Yi Fan. The nine-headed flood dragon king mocked. I'm only speaking the truth. You and the heavenly emperor's descendant will be my servants. You're afraid that you'll lose to me and break your unrivaled legend. Even if your strength is similar to mine, you'll still lose this battle. Yi Fan said calmly. Boom. The great battle erupted once again. This was a great battle of life and death. In the blink of an eye, more than 500 exchanges had passed. They fought until the sun and moon dimmed and the Northern Sea boiled. Suddenly, when the battle reached 800 exchanges, Yi Fan split into 4. 3 auspicious clouds rushed out from his head and turned into 3 other true bodies. Every one of them was himself. His flesh and blood were solid, his battle intent could split the sky, and his divine power was like the sea. They roared together, shaking the distant islands and causing them to collapse. The seawater below dried up and evaporated, revealing the seabed tens of thousands of zhang below. These Yi Fans were in a frenzy. Their hair was messy and their eyes were like blades. They surrounded the nine-headed flood dragon king and attacked with great force, wanting to turn him into meat paste. This was an incomparably tyrannical scene. Many cultivators in the distant sky were blown away like fallen leaves by the shockwaves, and many people fell from the sky. What? That's the unrivaled art of the 8 Visions Temple Master, a divine technique that shouldn't be passed down through generations. How could he know it? 1 Qi turning 3 pure ones is a divine technique used to slay deities. How could it appear in his hands? Everyone was shaken and couldn't understand what was going on. Astonishment was written all over their faces. Tame Godchild's expression changed immediately and said, "How could he know it? That's the divine technique of my sworn brother Yin Tianda. No one in this world can imitate it. It hasn't been passed down." On the battlefield, the nine-headed flood dragon king was truly stunned. A chill emerged in his heart. The legends regarding this unrivaled secret technique were widespread and everyone in the world knew about it. It was incomparably terrifying. Rumor had it that the one chi turning 3 pure ones wasn't an incarnation. One person could create 3 copies of himself, each of which was the true body and possessed the exact same divine might as the original self. The nine-headed flood dragon king felt a chill in his heart. One Yi Fan was already terrifying enough, but now there were 4 of them. How could he fight? He didn't dare to fight to the death. He dashed left and right in an attempt to fly out of the battlefield. He wanted to wait for the effect of the one chi turning 3 pure ones to disappear before killing his enemies. Had Yi Fan really mastered the one chi turning 3 pure ones? The answer was, of course, no. He had seen Yin Tianji use it before. Now, he was merely using the fighting secret character to imitate its form. It could only allow one of the true bodies to possess terrifying divine might, but it could only last for a few breaths. The other, true body, had been taken over by his primordial spirit and could also unleash terrifying divine sense combat power. The third one was merely an imitation of the true body's form. On the battlefield, his true body was incomparably tyrannical and unleashed his full combat power. The scene was naturally horrifying as his roar shattered a few deserted islands in the sea. The nine-headed flood dragon king's heart was filled with fear. He was no longer in the mood to fight and thus revealed a huge opening. Yi Fan's true bodies went against the heavens and fiercely attacked. The nine-headed flood dragon king's combat power was divided into 4 parts and attacked the Yi Fan simultaneously in an attempt to escape. At this moment, however, Yi Fan didn't care about anything else. He activated the power of his true body and unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, pressing forward with an indomitable will. With this attack, 6 ancient universes appeared. The stars shifted, the heaven and earth were suppressed, and the 24 heavens were covered. Everything disappeared. At this moment, everyone could only feel an ancient and inextinguishable fist intent shatter the heavens. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. There was only this fist in the world. It was as if he could tear through the ancient time and space and destroy everything in the present. He charged into the boundless future and was unstoppable. As soon as the fist was unleashed, the world became silent. "Ah!" the nine-headed flood dragon king screamed. First, his hands turned into powder, then his arms, and then his head and torso. All of them were completely destroyed. He faced the enemy with 1/4 of his combat power. How could he block the 6 paths of reincarnation fist? There was only a bloody mist left in the air. Everyone was stunned. With one punch, the mountains and rivers collapsed. This kind of fist intent was too terrifying. Was the nine-headed flood dragon king dead? This was everyone's question. An unrivaled expert of the North Sea had never been defeated in his life. Could it be that his name would be forever removed from the world after his first defeat? This result was too tragic. "You killed me, you actually killed me." A voice reverberated in the air like thunder. The vast sky was shaking as if endless thunder had descended. The nine-headed flood dragon king. Everyone was shocked. He was crushed in the vacuum. Was he still not dead? How powerful was he to be able to do this? In the sky, an enormous green flood dragon appeared. It was truly too large, covering the sky and covering the earth. It stood there majestically like a mountain ridge. It actually had 9 heads, each like a majestic mountain. However, one of them was crushed and was badly mutilated. Fresh blood dripped down and fell into the sea, dyeing the water red. The nine-headed flood dragon king has 9 heads and 9 lives. It seems that the legend is true, esteemed Xiangui said to himself in the crowd. "You killed one of my lives. 100 deaths cannot atone for this. I will use your divine blood to wash away this humiliation." In the sky, the huge flood dragon king roared. The 8 giants filled the sky and cast a large shadow on the sea. So you still have 8 lives? Within 8 moves, I will kill you like a dog. Yi Fan's voice was not loud, but it resounded between heaven and earth, making everyone tremble. They were horrified as if they had heard the oath of a demon. Chapter 732. Kill me in 8 moves, kill me in 8 moves. The 9-headed flood dragon king repeated. His voice grew louder and louder, like a sea of thunder rumbling in the air. He retracted his flood dragon form and transformed into the appearance of a young man. His left hand wielded a divine shield while his right hand wielded a 9 dragons auspicious spear. He pointed it at the sky as he roared, "There has never been a person who dared to look down on me like this." He transformed into a beam of divine light as he rushed down. The spear in his hand seemed to be carved from rubies, sparkling and translucent, resplendent like blood. 9 dragons coiled around the shaft of the spear, looking extremely vivid and lifelike. The 9 heads gathered at the tip of the spear as they spat out a sharp blood-red spear tip. This spear strike contained all the Dao energy in his body. The 9 dragons gleamed with multicolored light and the tip of the spear was as translucent as a blood diamond, causing the hearts of those who looked at it to tremble. The coldness it exuded was so cold that it pierced into the bones. It pierced through the air for tens of miles, arriving before Yi Fan in an instant. What a good treasure! Yi Fan sighed in admiration. This spear was forged from the blood diamond of the 9 heavens divine jade. It was the first choice for forging king-ranked divine weapons and could grow into a saint-ranked divine weapon. He caught the spear bare-handedly. His golden palm slammed into the spear, causing a string of sparks to fly out. Each of the sparks was like a shooting star, capable of collapsing the void and falling into the sea. The 9-headed flood dragon king coldly laughed. The 9 dragons' blood-drilled divine spear in his hand trembled as though it had come to life. The crystalline tip of the spear radiated a terrifying ripple that was even sharper than sabers. Bang! The spear slammed into Yi Fan's golden finger, causing it to tremble slightly. But this wasn't the end yet. The 9 dragons began to glow, letting out dragon roars as 9 levels of divine might gushed forth. Dao energy stacking. 9 different types of energy gushed forth, each stronger than the last. When the 9 Dao merged into one, it pierced through 6 sect leaders at the same time. Fresh blood dyed the spear red, incomparably bloody. The 9-headed flood dragon was a 2nd-level Immortal Foundation expert who stood on the 9th minor step and came into contact with the 7 forbidden domain. He was known as the number 1 expert of the Northern Sea. His spear strike caused ghosts to wail and gods to howl. Between the heavens and earth, a sinister wind howled as yellow clouds and blood rained. In this terrifying scene, the scarlet spear transformed into an eternal beam of blood light. At this point, Yi Fan couldn't hold back any longer. He transformed into a golden taiji circle, with the moon in his left hand and the sun in his right, the yin and yang divine points flying out. In the void, a dazzling light burst forth. This was the collision of extreme yin and extreme yang. There was a divine light that returned to primal chaos shining. Clang. The dragon spear that condensed the 9-headed flood dragon king's power was shaken until it bounced up high, releasing a mournful wail. The 9 dragons all began to go into hibernation. The radiance immediately dimmed. In ancient times, the blood diamond divine spear was refined after the souls of the 9 flood dragons were infused into it. It possessed the power of the ancient dragons, and in addition to the 9-headed flood dragon king's extraordinary talent, it had the strength to uproot mountains, and there was nothing it could not destroy. However, right now, he was suppressed, losing his past brilliance, unable to resist. At the same time, Yi Fan's golden Tai Chi circle released a terrifying domain power. It was a swamp of flowing yin-yang saint energy. The 9-headed flood dragon's expression changed. He couldn't move at all. It was the domain power released by the golden circle that trapped him within. This was an extremely terrifying result. Everyone in the world knew that the flesh of the divine body was unmatched. Within this type of specific range, who could be his opponent? It could be said that this was the divine domain that belonged solely to Yi Fan. After being locked in this divine domain, Yi Fan was an almost unrivaled existence. He could kill all enemies bare-handedly, and it was useless no matter how high one's accomplishments were. "Break for me!" the nine-headed flood dragon king shouted. He was now completely anxious. Due to his carelessness, he actually fell into a hopeless situation. He struggled for his life. The golden Tai Chi circle was released, and it expanded endlessly, forming a terrifying domain. This was the first time Yi Fan displayed it, and it was one of the fruits of his 4 years of bitter cultivation. He quickly rushed over. His left and right hands respectively represented the Great Yin and Great Yang, slapping down one after another. Clang. The nine-headed flood dragon king used the divine shield in his hands to defend against this terrifying attack. However, this ancient shield was broken through without any suspense. You are already at this level. Holding the nine-dragon war spear is enough, yet you use a shield to protect yourself. You lack the courage to press forward. You fear that your unrivaled legend will be destroyed, but today, you will still be defeated. Yi Fan said, "Break the law." At this moment, the nine-headed flood dragon king became anxious. Yi Fan arrived before him, and he was about to lose his chance. Below his feet, an expanse of dazzling radiance erupted. Meanwhile, blood sprayed out from his mouth, and a wave of terrifying divine force surged. The void trembled greatly. He was actually going to break through the golden Tai Chi circle, rush out of this divine domain and escape into the heavens. The nine-headed flood dragon seemed to have ignited, his entire body shining. That's the heaven ascension step. In the distance, someone said softly, as if they were extremely shocked. It was rumored that the heavenly ascension dragon stairway was dyed in blood with every step. The heaven and earth cried out in sorrow, the divine might shocking the world. It had long been lost for who knew how many years. This type of footwork technique's power was terrifying to the extreme. When the nine-headed flood dragon king took his first step, even the golden Tai Chi circle became a bit unstable, swaying back and forth. A streak of dragon-shaped divine splendor protected him. He was about to break out, but at this moment, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. With a turn of his hand, his palm turned into a great imprint. It was precisely the heaven-overturning imprint. Pooh! It was as if a celestial emperor personally pressed down a precious imprint, engraving itself into the heavenly dome, covering the nine-headed flood dragon king. He exploded on the spot, turning into an expanse of shattered bones. A draconic cry sounded, shaking up the northern sea until it surged. The nine-headed flood dragon king reappeared. His second head was destroyed, losing his second life, but he was still trapped within the golden circle. He released a roar, coughing out large amounts of blood. He took a second step, breaking through half of his body. Before he took the third step, Yi Fan slapped down with the human emperor imprint, shattering it. Heavenly Ascension Dragon, this is a world-shocking footwork technique, able to shatter the heavens, yet it only barely broke through that golden circle. How terrifying! An unmatched expert spoke. The nine-headed flood dragon king that revived again, this time finally breaking through the Tai Chi circle domain, breaking free from the threat of the divine domain. It truly was dyed in blood with every step, heaven and earth crying out in sorrow. He paid a tremendous price, suffering serious injuries. The Heavenly Ascension Dragon was originally an exceptional offensive footwork technique, rumored to be able to traverse all worlds. However, just now, he only barely stopped the golden circle and escaped, unable to display any offensive power. He knew that he had suffered a great defeat today, unable to continue fighting. With this world-shocking footwork technique, he ascended into the sky. When he took the seventh step, he almost passed through the dimensional space, disappearing from this place. However, what made his soul tremble was that Yi Fan wasn't able to break free, almost sticking to his back, closely chasing after him. What kind of footwork technique was this, actually able to keep up with the Heavenly Ascension Dragon steps? This was what everyone was wondering, many people stupefied. In the end, a large golden hand reached down, the divine domain formed by the golden circle appearing within the palm world, trapping the nine-headed flood dragon king within. No matter how he attacked, he still couldn't escape from Yi Fan's palm. The Heavenly Ascension Dragon steps pierced through the air, but he still couldn't break free. Pooh! Yi Fan slowly closed his palm and clenched down forcefully. The nine-headed flood dragon king roared unwillingly, but it was powerless to reverse the situation and turned into powder. Moreover, this time, after Yi Fan closed his fingers, he continued to crush them. Each of his golden fingers was like a millstone, and even if the nine-headed flood dragon king had 9 more lives, it still wouldn't be enough because he was trapped in the divine domain. In the end, he couldn't escape from Yi Fan's palm and was crushed to death. The legend of being undefeated all his life was shattered, and his name was forever erased from this world after his first great defeat. Everyone was shocked, staring blankly at the golden hand covering the sky. The world in the palm and the appearance of the terrifying divine domain made many people feel cold all over. Everything dissipated with the wind, and the nine-headed flood dragon king could never appear again. Only a battle spear with 9 dragons coiling around it fell from the sky, sparkling like a ruby, into Yi Fan's hand. He stood there with the spear, staring at Qi Yang and Tai Yin divine sun in the distance, and said, "It's your turn. Come at me together." In the distant sky, there was complete silence as everyone watched everything quietly. Yi Fan's combat ability was beyond imagination, and he even killed the number 1 of the rising stars of the North Sea. In front of so many people, how could Qi Yang and Tai Yin divine sun put down their pride and fight the group battle? Regardless of whether they were kind or disgusting, powerful cultivators had their own pride and dignity. In the current world, they were all young talents who were invincible in their own regions, and they all had the belief that they were invincible, so they couldn't accept defeat. That was because there were very few losers on the road to becoming a great emperor. If they were defeated again and again, their confidence would be destroyed, and they would lose the opportunity forever. Qi Yang stepped out. The blood feud between the Golden Crow clan and Yi Fan could not be resolved. No matter how terrifying Yi Fan was, he had to step out. If he retreated like this, he would never be able to raise his head again. Moreover, even if he wanted to escape, he would fail. He could already see that Yi Fan would chase him for thousands of miles, and no one could escape at that speed. Qi Yang stepped forward in the void and came to the sky above the sea, entering the battlefield. Everyone behind him watched quietly. He was the youngest brother of the Golden Crow clan's king, and his background was frighteningly powerful. He was the smallest giant of his clan, and he could be called a genius of his generation. Everyone was looking forward to the ultimate battle between the genius of the Golden Crow clan and the young man with the surname Yi. Walala! An ancient golden tree appeared behind Qi Yang, shaking thousands of divine lights. He did not disappoint, as he showed the ancient legendary vision of the Golden Crow clan. It was a Fusang divine tree, full of golden leaves, and there were 9 ancestral crows perched on it. Each of them looked down on the world, as if they were going to cross the ancient time and space and fly down. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan revealed a faint sneer. The sacred physique had disappeared from the Ziwei ancient star region for too long, and it had been forgotten by people. In fact, the ancient times were just a flash in the pan, and it did not intimidate the world. It was not like the Big Dipper star region, which had 9 consecutive generations, and everyone knew about it. In this world, only a person with a special physique like Granny Sky Demon would seriously pursue and understand it. You know that I have a sacred physique, but you still dare to show your vision. I'll fulfill your wish, said Yi Fan. At this moment, all kinds of light flew out from his body. The immortal king descending to the 9 heavens, the golden bitter sea, the lovely land and mountains, the yin-yang diagram, the 3-leaf green lotus, and all the other visions fused into one. It was like the creation of the world, like a world of chaos. The final vision still had not taken shape, but it could make all the visions fuse into one and appear at the same time. Even until today, the evolution had not been completed. One could imagine how terrifying this ultimate vision was. It was unpredictable. Boom. As soon as Yi Fan's vision was displayed, it caused a terrifying result. In an instant, it drowned the world and covered the sky above the North Sea. Qi Yang screamed. His heart was filled with fear. His phenomenon had been suppressed, and there was no place for him to use it. He could not move at all. As soon as the sacred physique's vision appeared, All the phenomena in the world returned to nothingness. This world had too little understanding of the sacred physique. They only knew that the sacred physique was unparalleled, but they did not know this terrifying side. Yi Fan swooped down. His eyes were like knives, and he held the blood-drilled divine spear with 9 dragons coiled in his hand. He stabbed straight at the top of Qi Yang's head. A bloody light rushed up, and the red spear penetrated his head. Not only did it penetrate his body, but it also nailed his primordial spirit to death. Everyone present was stunned. Qi Yang's combat strength was so powerful, and he was thought to be even more terrifying than the 9-headed Dragon King. Yet, he was killed in one blow. Everyone was petrified. The youngest brother of the invincible Golden Crow Race King, a dignified giant of a generation, had fallen just like that. This was like a legend. Above the Black Sea, Yi Fan stood alone with the spear in one hand. He lifted the corpse of the Golden Crow race's genius high into the air. It was so terrifying, and it became an everlasting scene. He was like a god. Chapter 733. The North Sea was vast and boundless. Yi Fan stood on the surface of the sea like a demon god. He held the translucent blood spear and carried the corpse of the Golden Crow tribe's genius. This scene was still engraved in people's hearts even after many years had passed. The battle blood flowed and fell into the sea. It was a bewitching red. The youngest giant of the Golden Crow tribe would forever be erased from this world. No one said anything. The entire sea was silent. The stunning spear was too shocking and intimidated everyone. The terrifying divine physique had even destroyed the Golden Crow tribe's ancient Fusang and Zuwu. They returned to nothingness. It was the bane of the world. After an unknown amount of time, people finally woke up. There was a clamor and everyone was discussing that Yin Tianda would definitely have an enemy after entering the continent with such power. The Taiyin godchild stood in the distance. Black mist rose and fell. He was forever shrouded in darkness like an evil spirit from hell. Escape or fight? This was a difficult choice. With Yi Fan's current power, even if the Taiyin godchild was confident in his invincibility, it would be hard to say who would win. The Taiyin godchild was an existence so powerful that it made people tremble. He was the sworn brother of Daoist Sankei of the ancient Longevity Temple and the master of the Baiying Temple. He was unfathomable. However, at this moment, he was slightly shaken. It wasn't hard to imagine how intimidating Yi Fan was at this moment. Even a character like him was a bit apprehensive. I have no choice but to fight, he muttered to himself. There was no other choice. If he ran away like this, it would be a serious blow to his invincible belief. Moreover, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to because the speed of the divine physique was obvious to all. Even the dragon ascending heaven step was inferior. Rather than being surrounded and humiliated, it was better to fight to the death. He felt that he still had some chance of winning and could kill his opponent. The mist blew over and black clouds were rising. An extremely keen and cold aura pervaded the air. It was bone-chilling. This was the Taiyin Saint power, the most primordial power. The use of it could be traced back to the archaic era. Its performance was unpredictable. Unfortunately, after the death of the ancient emperor of Taiyin, his inheritance had changed owners. His descendants were all killed and replaced by another race that stole the scripture for their own use. With a flick of Yi Fan's hand, Qi Yang's corpse on the blood-colored spear was split into more than 10 pieces, falling into the sea like a comet. The North Sea surged violently, and huge waves struck the heavens, rushing tens of thousands of feet into the blue sky. All the clouds were scattered, and the sky was washed clean. Taiyin son of God snorted coldly from afar. A bone-chilling coldness filled the air and froze eternally. At this moment, the cultivators who had already fled far into the distance couldn't help but tremble. Their bodies were shaking, unable to endure this type of coldness. An incomparably terrifying scene appeared in front of them. The huge waves that soared tens of thousands of feet high and shattered the clouds had all been frozen into ice peaks. The Black North Sea was the same. It was completely frozen and turned into a black continent. Cold air assaulted everyone, making them feel as if their bones were going to crack apart. This was the Taiyin Saint power. It was extremely lean and extremely soft. It could freeze everything and turn all living things into a land of death. This was a shocking scene. Everything was frozen, as if it had been frozen at this moment, becoming an eternity. Every single spray, every single wave was magnificent and forceful, as if it was the work of the gods, carving out this type of scene. It was completely still and motionless. Bang! Suddenly, a black ice spear pierced through the air, bringing with it endless black fog. It was condensed with a massive amount of Taiyin Saint power and pierced through Yifan's chest. The Taiyin Son of God launched an attack and destroyed this frozen world. The Taiyin Qi was like the heavens, unbridled and mighty. Yifan punched out, making a sound like glass shattering. The ice spear shattered into hundreds of pieces, turning into crystals that filled the sky. Only the Taiyin Qi was not extinguished, and it continued to surge. A light sound rang out. There were black ice spears everywhere, and every inch of space was filled. It was as if tens of thousands of arrows were flying over, all of them concentrated on a single point. The space between Yifan's eyebrows flashed. The Taiyin Saint power flowed, and the Tao turned into millions. Endless holy light rushed out and collided with the black ice spears. A strange sound was heard in the sky. The Taiyin Saint power and the Taiyin Saint power collided, annihilating a large area of space and turning it into a ruined land. Swoosh! A large flag appeared behind the Taiyin Son of God. It was as black as ink and fluttered in the wind. It was as if he had turned the 9 underworlds into his own, and endless Yin Qi filled the air. Yifan's body shivered. This was a kind of cold Qi that could injure one's soul and destroy one's Tao foundation. It was incomparably terrifying. Bang! His body shook, and his divine body seemed to be burning. Golden blood Qi boiled and shot out dazzling golden light, protecting him within. The Taiyin Son of God held the cold and thick flag in his hand and shook it with all his might. Suddenly, the sky and earth darkened. Meteors flickered and struck down. This was the small world contained within the flag. It rushed into reality, and every meteor was boundlessly large. They possessed destructive power as they smashed down. Bang, bang, Yifan attacked. Each of his fists destroyed a meteor with astonishing momentum. It was as if he was fighting against a part of the Taiyin ancient universe. Swoosh! The Taiyin Son of God stood in the darkness. The flag suddenly pointed downwards, and the water of the North Sea thawed. Under the shaking of the flag, it all evaporated and turned into black mist. A shocking scene appeared. The flag waved, and who knew how many miles of the sea was evaporated, revealing the seabed 10,000 feet below. The black water rushed into the sky and drowned Yifan. Icebound eternity. The black mist in the sky turned into a sea again. It froze in an instant, turning into a giant black ice. It was like a black continent that occupied the sky. Yifan was sealed within. Boundless Taiyin holy force surged violently, and no traces of him could be seen. Behind him, people had goosebumps. The unfurling of the black flag was truly world-shaking. It contained the Taiyin holy force that could destroy all living things. Boom! Suddenly, the frozen black continent in the sky shattered. Endless blazing light shot out, and the Taiyin holy force surged violently. Yifan broke the seal and rushed out. At the same time, there were specks of black light in the space between his brows. The Taiyin holy force in the sky was drawn over and refined as his own. You have also learned my race's ancient scriptures. The Taiyin Son of God was shocked and shook the flag. A deafening sound transmitted over. The black water in the sky fell back into the sea, filling up the 10,000 feet wide crater. The Taiyin Son of God opened his mouth and spat out a black ancient bell. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it absorbed all light. The long and drawn-out sound was filled with inauspiciousness. Suppression, death, coldness, desolation, and other negative emotions erupted. This was a demonic bell that gave people a bad feeling. The king's death bell. This was a weapon refined by the previously invincible king. At this moment, it was circulating all kinds of strange negative energy that affected people's minds. At the same time, 9 legendary underworld bamboos appeared. Each of their roots seemed to be cast from black gold. They weren't that tall, and they accompanied him in front of him like a human wall. Everyone was horrified. This kind of thing could actually be cultivated. According to legend, it was born in the underworld and needed the nourishment of the Taiyin holy force in order to continuously grow and evolve into a great killing weapon that cultivators yearned for day and night. Today, 9 of them appeared at once. The most terrifying thing was that a black, jade-like skull flew out and shocked everyone. The skull was sparkling and flickering with black light. There were some Dao patterns engraved on it. They densely interweaved and formed complex patterns. The 7 orifices surged with the most primordial Taiyin holy force, as if it could refine this world. The skull of an ancient saint. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. This was truly a priceless divine object that couldn't be bought with millions of gold. Yes, that's the descendant of the Taiyin ancient emperor. Back then, his foundation was stolen and he was also killed. He was refined into this state. That's right, there is such a legend. Although he died, his anger and resentment didn't dissipate, so he couldn't refine a holy weapon. People thought of the distant past and were all shaken. This was a weapon with a great origin. Under normal circumstances, the skull of a saint could definitely be refined into a holy weapon. However, this one was an exception. The resentment was too strong and couldn't be formed. However, it was also terrifying enough. It was only one step away from becoming a holy weapon from a royal weapon. It was far from being comparable to other weapons. The Taiyin godchild couldn't fight in close combat with Yi Fan, and he didn't dare to use his vision either. That would be no different from suicide. In this battle, he could only attack from afar and use his overflowing magic power to activate a great killing weapon to destroy the enemy. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. The opponent's weapons were very threatening. Even he had to treat them with caution. Otherwise, he might really die with a grievance. In front of the Taiyin godchild, the black flag was the first to move. It flew over. The surface of the flag was like a black dome of the sky. It covered the sun, moon, and earth as if it was suppressing an ancient universe. Yi Fan's expression froze. Each of the enemy's weapons was very strange. They all contained an indescribable holy power. He lightly shouted and a simple and unadorned mountain flew out. The mystic magnet mountain was taken from Xian Yi of the Golden Crow race. It was an unpolished jade. Once the mystic magnet divine ray appeared, all gold essence weapons could be destroyed. Clink. The flag trembled and the pole was broken. However, the ancient universe on the flag was not affected and continued to press down. At the same time, the sound of a bell shook the sky. The black bell waves pierced through all things. This was a king's demonic bell. It was extremely terrifying and filled the sky, covering Yi Fan below. Clang. A loud sound rang out. Yi Fan flicked his hand and shot out a shiny jewel. It was like a silver moon in the sky, shocking the 4 seas. This was the weapon of the 8 Visions Temple. Although it was a replica, it was still a king's divine weapon in name and in reality. The diamond chakram and the king's demonic bell collided. This was a confrontation between divine weapons of the same level. One of them was bound to be destroyed. Swish. The 9 underworld bamboos blocking in front of the Taiyin godchild all moved. They rushed over like humans and turned into 9 black shadows. It was incomparably strange. A drop of a saint's blood can kill a supreme existence. These 9 underworld bamboos have the baleful corpse energy of an ancient saint. What kind of demonic bamboo did they cultivate? In the distance, everyone was shocked. These 9 underworld bamboos were even more terrifying than they had imagined. They contained a supreme evil spirit. Yi Fan was also astonished. He didn't expect that these 9 underworld bamboos that he didn't pay attention to were so much more terrifying than the king's demonic bell. The 9 underworld bamboos that seemed to be cast from black gold really ran over on their own. They were demonic and peerlessly terrifying. A wisp of saint's might came from afar. Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out a small golden flag. He unfolded it in the wind and it all enlarged. In an instant, the golden flag covered the sky. This was the treasured flag of the Golden Crow race that he had taken from Lu Ye's incarnation. He didn't expect these golden flags to be able to stop the 9 underworld bamboos. He only hoped that they could stall for a moment and buy him some time. Boom! At this time, the Taiyin godchild took out the most terrifying weapon of his sect. It was a jade black skull with 7 orifices. Chapter 734. This wasn't an ordinary imperial divine weapon. It was made from the skull of an ancient saint. It was as clear as black jade and was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for some special reason, it would have already become a legendary divine weapon. But even so, it was only one step away from the immortal divinity. In the 7 holes, the breath of a saint was gushing out and pressing down from the sky. Smoke billowed from the 7 orifices, creating a frightening scene. At this point, even though Yi Fan's body was extremely strong, he didn't dare to take this weapon. This was the skull of a saint and was only one step away from ascension. Anyone who dared to touch it would die. Eternal banishment. Yi Fan used the fighting character secret art to simulate Wang Ting's secret art and combined it with the Ji clan's Great Void technique. He forcefully opened a dimensional door and welcomed this ancient saint's skull. With a rumble, it was sucked in and completely closed. What? Exclamations came from the sky. This imperial divine weapon that everyone thought would turn the tables was dealt with just like that? Everyone held their breaths. A light bow sound rang out. It wasn't that loud, but the entire sky was blasted apart. The skull flew back, breaking through the dimensional void and returning. There was nothing that could stop it. Yi Fan used the line formula and disappeared from his original location. With a prung sound, the void turned into a black rift that was pierced through by the skull. At the same time, a power as if the Milky Way was falling from the 9 heavens rushed out and affected the entire North Sea. Tsunamis appeared in the boundless sea and thousands of miles of land collapsed. This was the skull of an ancient saint. Once it moved, its divine power was boundless and difficult to resist. Yi Fan didn't fight to the death. His eyes flashed and he wanted to execute the decapitation operation. As long as he could kill the Taiyin godchild, the threat of this skull would disappear. However, it was very difficult to do all this. He couldn't kill his way over silently. Clang! The diamond chakram was an extraordinary divine item. It collided with the ominous demonic bell and the black bell waves invaded people's primordial spirits with all kinds of negative emotions. Swoosh! The extreme Een banner was also moving, as if an ancient universe was pressing down. However, it was blocked by the profound disruption mountain, and the 2 of them were locked in a deadlock there. The battle between these divine weapons also concerned the outcome of the battle, as well as life and death. Every single one of them contained boundless killing intent. What surprised Yi Fan the most was that the Golden Crow clan's treasured flag wasn't destroyed. Although its divine power was absolutely suppressed by the 9 underworld bamboos, it didn't shatter in the end. Right? That is a great weapon of the Golden Crow clan in the past, but it has been defiled, its level dropping, no longer possessing its former might. Someone said with shock, recognizing the origins of the 81 great golden banners. Boom! The pitch-black skull attacked again. Yi Fan didn't try to defend against it. Every time, he dodged the weapon and looked for an opportunity. Meanwhile, at this moment, the other weapons had finally decided on the victor. The profound disruption mountain was worthy of being called an unpolished jade that possessed extremely great potential to grow, and it fixed the black-colored flag in place and pierced through it. The profound disruption mountain rushed up, sweeping out light that filled the sky. If it could be refined to a high enough level, it could destroy any fine gold weapon. At this moment, it couldn't destroy the black demonic bell of kings, but it interfered with it, causing its operation to become sluggish. Even the power of the black bell waves was greatly reduced. Clang! The diamond chakram wasn't affected at all, and it turned into the size of a millstone, smashing down like a full moon. This was a great collision between king divine weapons. At that moment, the void collapsed, and hundreds and thousands of great black rifts appeared, extending out for who knew how many miles. Their collision caused this part of the world to quickly sink, as if it was approaching the end of the world. Nothing existed anymore. With a final bell chime, the black demonic bell shattered, and the walls of the bell turned into hundreds of pieces that flew in all directions. Every piece pierced through a black hole in the void, destroying everything in its path. The vast ocean below was instantly evaporated. In the end, the demonic bell of kings no longer existed. The distant ocean surged over crazily, and only then did the dried-up seabed become a vast expanse. All of this happened very quickly. A king divine weapon was destroyed, and the people in the distance were dumbfounded. They felt that the diamond chakram was too terrifying. With this weapon, they could destroy an ancient sect. Boom! On the other side, the 81 golden banners suddenly burst into flames. Even if they were made of extraordinary materials, they still couldn't stop the 9 underworld bamboos. What did you guys feel? That's the aura of a saint. Someone cried out in surprise. The 9 underworld bamboos had destroyed the golden banners in the end, and they rushed out like humans. They turned into 9 black shadows that pounced forward, each of them releasing a wisp of killing intent. That's right. They were born in the underworld, and were nourished by the baleful corpse chi of an ancient saint. Then, they infused it with the sacred power of the moon to cultivate such demonic bamboos. In the distant sky, everyone's expression changed. They hadn't thought that the lunar divine sect would dare to do this. Doing so might raise a heaven-defying monster, and it would be a great disaster for them. The 9 underworld bamboos were like withered old men. Their entire bodies shone like black crystals, and they lined up in the void at the same time. They shot out 9 beams of black light that shot down. A wisp of the might of a saint. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. These 9 underworld bamboos were indeed heaven-defying, but fortunately, they hadn't matured yet. Otherwise, even those who had passed the 3 slashes of the immortals would be helpless. He activated the diamond chakram to meet the attacks. An abyss formed within the millstone-sized steel ring, absorbing the 9 beams of black light. Swoosh. However, the 9 underworld bamboos weren't affected. They had already given birth to evil spirits, and they had their own consciousness. They spread out and charged toward Yi Fan. They weren't much less threatening than the skull. They were tainted with the death chi of a saint. Once they hit the enemy, it would be fatal, and it would be difficult for them to survive. Boom! The black skull underwent a strange change. The ancient saint's aura became more and more intense, and a pair of eye sockets actually lit up with a terrifying light. The densely packed Dao patterns were swimming about. At this time, its divine might was many times greater than before, causing the people in the distance to cry out in surprise. It's only one step away from becoming an ancient sacred weapon. This weapon alone is enough to turn the situation around. If the young man surnamed Yi has no other way, he will most likely die here. The rays of light in the skull's eye sockets became brighter and brighter. It was extremely terrifying. This was the god's will, nurtured within it. It had long since gained sentience and had awakened. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! At this moment, a fiery brilliance erupted from the skull's skull. Then, a beam of divine light suddenly shot out and pierced through the firmament. Oh no, the god inside the skull has awakened. Now, the young man surnamed Yi is powerless. Some people secretly sighed and felt sorry for Yi Fan. This divine object that was only one step away from becoming an ancient sacred weapon was absolutely invincible. In the distance, the Taiyin divine child's face was pale. He was very weak because he had used up a great deal of his primordial spirit, but it was all worth it. As long as he could use the ancient saint's skull with ease, he was completely confident that he could kill Yi Fan. Nothing could stop him. At this moment, the situation was extremely critical. The ancient saint's skull pressed down, and the 9 underworld bamboos also swooped down like humans. They all had the aura of a saint. At this moment, the situation was extremely critical. The ancient saint's skull pressed down, and the 9 underworld bamboos also swooped down like humans. They all had the aura of a saint. In addition, the golden sacred domain also appeared. It became an eternal sacred light that protected him within. This was his domain of invincibility. That is, people were shocked to find that the divine physiques phenomenon was truly too powerful. After going against the saint's skull, the speed of its descent was greatly reduced. What a terrifying phenomenon! It dared to contend against the might of a saint. If it was someone else who used a phenomenon to block it, they would have long since been turned into fine powder. It's useless. How long can you stop the skull for? 5 breaths at most, and your name will forever be erased from this world. The Taiyin divine child said coldly. At this moment, he had enough reason to believe that he had become the victor. The divine physique would inevitably be defeated without any hope of survival. Your primordial spirit is almost exhausted. I only need 1 breath, Yi Fan said in a deep voice. Buzz. At this moment he used the army's secret art and disturbed the skull, causing it to shake violently. What? The Taiyin divine child was terrified. Yi Fan didn't use the army's secret art in the battle just now. He was waiting for the best opportunity to attack at the critical moment. At this moment, his body had condensed into the golden Tai Chi. It was incomparably dazzling and illuminated the sky. Then, it quickly evolved with endless profundities. A beam of eternal light flew out from between his eyebrows. A small golden person, identical to him, holding a small cauldron, attacked the Taiyin divine child at a speed faster than lightning. Wuji gave birth to Tai Chi. It was the beginning of the world and everything was born. It was the Tao. Yi Fan had used his body to evolve the Tai Chi and had comprehended the Tao for many years. He had reversed the transformation and returned to the extreme, producing the Wuji transformation. His body became the golden Tai Chi. It had all kinds of mysterious changes. His primordial spirit rushed out with the cauldron and reversed the Wuji. It could be called a divine transformation. At this moment, time and space froze. Everything was still. Everything in the world was like a scroll, motionless. What was eternity and what was an instant? It was impossible to distinguish. The world was silent, and only the primordial spirit flew with the cauldron. At this moment, that small golden person lit up the entire North Sea. It cut through the past, present, and future. In his arms, the myriad chi cauldron was only 1 inch tall, but it seemed to be able to crush the world. It poured down 10,000 strands of myriad chi. It was the embodiment of the Tao. The primordial spirit fused with the Tao. Yi Fan had comprehended the Tao for more than 4 years in the Ocean Eye, the place where the ancient emperors banished the sinners. This was one of his greatest Tao fruits. It was the first time he used it. This was a brilliant eternal light. It would forever be imprinted in people's hearts. No matter how many years passed, it would still be unforgettable. The small golden person carried the 1 inch myriad chi cauldron. It flew down and imprinted itself on the Taiyin divine child's head. It was as if a deity had descended into the world. Endless light and endless brilliance turned into a boundless Tao. Under this one strike, it seemed as if it could turn the world into nothingness. The primordial spirit merged with the cauldron and shot out an immortal divine light. It shone on all things and illuminated